Please be seated, everyone. The record should reflect that the jurors are now present in the courtroom. Welcome back, folks. How are you? Good. Thanks for coming back, and thanks for being on time. All 24 of you were on time today, and I very much appreciate that. The first thing I want to do is to take roll. I want to make sure that you're all seated in the seat where you're supposed to be. And so in the front row, I have from the seat closest to me 737, and then 706, 412, 267, 557, 307, 311, and 313. In the second row, I have in the seat closest to me 872, then 1009, 118, 983, 378, 155, 527, and 673. In the top row, I have in the seat closest to me 640, then 17, 329, 661, 535, 87, 901, and 495. Wonderful. Everyone is seated in the right place. Please try to keep those seats if you can throughout the proceedings, because it allows us to keep track of you when you're in the courtroom. There are a lot of you, 24, and so this is the way that we can keep track of who you are. Before we start, I want to let you know that I entered an order last week to further protect your privacy. I realize that this is a high-profile case, and I've mentioned before to you that your privacy is important to me. In addition to prohibiting the media from taking photographs and videotape of any of the jurors in this case, I have now also prohibited any members of the media from, number one, contacting or communicating with any jurors, their family members, friends, co-workers, and acquaintances. Number two, publicly identifying any juror. Number three, publicly providing any information that was not disclosed in court and that could reasonably lead to the identification of a juror. Number four, following or monitoring any juror, including while entering or exiting a courthouse parking lot, while entering or exiting the courthouse, and while in the courthouse. And number five, photographing, video recording, documenting, investigating, or researching a juror's license plate number or any other information that could reasonably lead to the discovery of a juror's contact information, home address, or work address. This order will be in effect until these proceedings are completed and applies to all 24 jurors, even after you have been discharged, if such discharge occurs before the completion of the proceedings. Obviously, once the proceedings are over and you are discharged, then the order is no longer in effect at that time. Does everybody understand that? All right, and everybody's nodding their head yes and saying yes. Thank you. As I mentioned a couple of weeks ago, the first step in the trial will be opening statements. The attorneys may make an opening statement if they choose to do so. Defense counsel may reserve opening statement until later in the trial, or they may decide not to make an opening statement at all. Remember that the defendant in a criminal trial does not have to do anything because he is presumed innocent, and that presumption of innocence remains with him and must be given effect by the jury throughout the trial. An opening statement is not evidence. Its purpose is to give you a framework or a roadmap to help you understand what evidence each party anticipates will be presented. Next, the prosecution will offer evidence. Evidence is what the witnesses say under oath in items that are admitted by the court as exhibits. You will hear throughout the proceedings the parties refer to exhibits, and it'll be their numbers or letter. And so it could be, for example, Exhibit 1, or it could be Exhibit A. You might hear Prosecution Exhibit number 1 or Defense Exhibit A. Just because an item is marked as an exhibit does not mean that it's evidence. Evidence refers to exhibits that are admitted, and I will make those decisions. And so you will hear that the attorneys will often say, Judge, we move for the admission of this exhibit. And then at that point, it's my determination in terms of whether the exhibit as marked should be admitted into evidence or not. Only if it's admitted does it then become evidence. I should tell you that there are some exhibits that are used for demonstrative purposes, and those are exhibits that the parties may be permitted by the court to use, not to admit them into evidence, but as demonstrative purposes, to demonstrate things to you here in the courtroom. And again, it's my decision as to whether I allow that or not. After the prosecution's evidence, the defense may present evidence, but is not required to do so. Again, that's because the defendant is presumed innocent, and the burden of proof is entirely on the prosecution. The prosecution must prove the defendant guilty beyond a reasonable doubt. The defendant does not have to prove his innocence, call any witnesses, or introduce any evidence. After all the evidence has been presented, I will tell you the rules of law which you must use in reaching your verdict. These rules of law are called jury instructions. At the end of the trial, right before closing arguments, I will give each of you a copy of the jury instructions. I mentioned this to you a couple of weeks ago. I will then read the jury instructions to you verbatim here in the courtroom, and will ask you to follow along on your copy as I read them. You will be allowed to take your copy of the jury instructions with you to the jury room during your deliberations. It is my job to decide what rules of law apply to the case. You must follow all of the rules as I explain them to you. You cannot follow some rules and ignore others. Even if you disagree or do not understand the reasons for some of the rules, you must follow them. You will then apply these rules to the facts that you have determined from the evidence. In this way, you will decide whether the prosecution has proven the guilt of the defendant beyond a reasonable doubt. After you've heard all the evidence and the jury instructions, the prosecution and the defense may make their closing arguments. Because the prosecution has the burden of proof, it will have the opportunity to reply to any closing argument made by the defense. So the prosecution goes first and goes last in closing arguments, and the reason for that is that the prosecution has the burden of proof. Like opening statements, closing arguments are not evidence. Their purpose is to give the lawyers an opportunity to remind you of the evidence that they believe was presented during the trial, and to argue why you should return a verdict of not guilty by reason of insanity, or guilty. After the closing arguments, you will go to the jury room to deliberate on a verdict. Your role as jurors is to decide what the facts are, and your decision must be based only upon the evidence presented during the trial here in the courtroom. And so you will determine the facts. I will give you the law that you are then to apply to the facts as you determine them to be based on the evidence that's presented here. Let me talk to you about some things that are likely to come up during the trial, now that I've given you sort of an outline of what a trial is like. At times during the trial, the attorneys may make objections. If an attorney makes an objection, it means that the attorney is asking me to decide a particular legal issue. It is proper for an attorney to object to things which he or she believes should not be presented as evidence. When an objection is made, I have two choices. I can disagree with the objection and overrule the objection, or I can agree with the objection and sustain the objection. If there is an objection to a question, and I disagree with the objection and overrule the objection, it means that the witness may answer the question. If I agree with an objection to a question and sustain the objection, it means that the witness may not answer the question. In the event that I sustain an objection to a question, you must not consider the question for any purpose or guess how the witness might have answered. Instead, you must disregard it and treat it as though you never heard the question. Similarly, to the extent that the witness had already started answering the question by the time the objection was made or by the time I sustained the objection, You must not consider the partial answer for any purpose. Instead, you must treat it as though you never heard it. The attorneys will do their best to object in a timely fashion, but as experienced and as skilled as attorneys may be, sometimes the witness will blurt out part of the answer before the objection is made or before I rule on the objection. In that event, you are to treat the partial answer as though you never heard it. You are to disregard it. If I overrule an objection to an exhibit as opposed to a question, it means that the exhibit will be allowed into evidence. If I sustain an objection to an exhibit, it means that the exhibit will not be allowed into evidence and you must not consider it for any purpose. Instead, you must treat it as though you never saw it. This goes back to what I mentioned earlier in terms of exhibits and me having the decision to either admit the exhibit or not admit the exhibit into evidence. Please do not concern yourselves with the reasons for my decisions about any objections. You must not let yourself be influenced in any way by the objections or by my rulings on the objections. As a judge, I do not have any opinion, either for or against anyone involved in the case. Remember I mentioned to you a couple of weeks ago, I am neutral in these proceedings, and I think I mentioned that to many of you during individual questioning. The judge is neutral in the proceedings. You must not think that I have an opinion for anyone or against anyone based on any rulings that I make or anything that I say during the trial. You should also not keep track of the number of objections that I sustain and overrule for each party. For example, it would be improper for you to think, well, he has sustained 7 objections for this party, but only 2 for this party, so he must like this party better, or he must think that this party has a better case. That would be improper. I am doing my best to apply the law. That's all I'm doing. I don't have a position in terms of one side or the other. I am just applying the law to the best of my ability. During the course of the trial, I may ask a question of a witness. If I do, that does not indicate in any way that I have an opinion about the facts of the case. My questions are intended only to clarify the testimony. The answers that witnesses give to my questions are therefore of no greater value or weight than any other answer that may be given to a question that is asked by an attorney. At times, I may instruct you to disregard statements that you have already heard or things you have already seen. You must treat them as if you had never heard or seen them. You must not consider them for any purpose. I want to remind you that you will not have a transcript of any of the testimony at any point during the trial, including in your deliberations. Remember I mentioned that a couple of weeks ago? And I think I repeated it a couple of weeks ago. I'm repeating it again because people tend to forget. All right? Having said that, you will be able to take notes. You will receive notebooks later today that you may use to take notes during the trial. Because this trial is expected to take 4 or 5 months, you may find it useful to take some notes. Please understand, however, that you are not required to take notes. People want to know when they're on a jury whether they should take notes or not. And what I always tell jurors is that it depends on yourself, your personality, and who you are, and you know yourself best. And so I liken it to when you were back in school. Remember when we were all back in school, some people took a lot of notes, some people didn't take any notes. And so it's sort of the same way. You know what works best for you. I have to give you a cautionary instruction here. If you do take notes, you should not allow the note-taking to detract from your close attention to the testimony and the conduct of each witness and all other evidence received during the trial. The fear is that if you're so caught up in taking notes that you're looking down the whole time, you're going to miss what's happening here in court. You're going to miss the proceedings. And so if you take notes, make sure it does not detract from your close attention to the testimony and the conduct of each witness and all other evidence received during the trial. Remember that as jurors, part of your role is to make credibility determinations of the witnesses who testify here. And I read the credibility instruction to you a couple of weeks ago. I'm going to read it to you again later today. But one of the factors that you have to look at, or some of the factors, have to do with visual observations here in the courtroom, which you will not be able to make if you're looking down the whole time and taking notes. Whether or not you take notes, you should rely on your memory as much as possible. The notes you take are to refresh your own memory. You should not give additional weight to the comment or comments of any juror based upon the quantity or quality of his or her note-taking. The notebooks that we're going to give you that allow you to take notes may only be used in the courtroom or in the jury room. Therefore, you may not take them anywhere else. You may not take them home. You may not take them to the cafeteria. You may not take them to your car. Don't take them anywhere else. There are only two places where you can have the notebooks, here and in the jury room. And we have 3 jury rooms for you because you're a large group. And so in any of those jury rooms would be okay. But those are the only places where the notebooks can be. To identify your notebook, please write your name on it when you receive it. You should know that no one else will read your notes. Even the attorneys and I will never read your notes. That's because we want to make sure that you feel comfortable writing whatever you want to write in your notebook. When the trial is over, my staff will go through the notebooks, they will yank out your notes, and they will destroy them without reading them and without ever showing them to the attorneys or me. So the attorneys and I will never get to see what notes you take. Those are destroyed at the end of the trial by my staff. While on the topic of notes, I may take notes at times during the trial. Please do not read anything into that. Do not draw any inferences from the fact that I may or may not be taking notes. There are reasons why I sometimes take notes and other times do not take notes. That's all right. Please remember to keep all your electronic devices off while you're in the courtroom. At least it was a good jingle, a good ring. And usually you'll have more time before you come in the courtroom, and you'll be able to put your things in the lockers. We've got lockers for you, and so usually that's what you would do before you come into the courtroom. That way you won't have any phones or electronic devices when you're in court. I was talking about note-taking and how sometimes I may take notes and sometimes I may not take notes. Just because I'm taking notes doesn't mean that something is important. Conversely, just because I'm not taking notes doesn't mean something is not important. There are different reasons why I take notes, and you should not read anything into that. Rules governing jury trials do not allow jurors to ask questions directly of a witness. I mentioned this briefly a couple of weeks ago. I have ruled in this case that jurors may ask questions of witnesses through me. If you have a question that you would like to ask a witness during the trial, please write your question down on one of the forms that we have included in your notebooks, but do not sign it or write your name on it. Then fold the form and pass it down to the juror sitting in the front row of the jury box in the seat closest to me, who is 737. And then that way he can put it down on the bar there in front of the jury box. At the end of a witness's testimony, when the witness is done testifying, I will look to that spot, and if I see that there are sheets of paper there, it will alert me to the fact that there may be questions from the jury. I think it's a good idea to wait until close to the end of a witness's testimony before submitting a question. If you submit a question within the first few minutes of a witness's testimony, let's say you write a question down, you fold the paper and you pass it down, you can do that if you want, but then one of the attorneys may cover that question. And so I think it's better to write the question down so it's not bothering you and so you're not concerned also about forgetting it. Write it down and hold on to it. And then wait until the end of the witness's testimony to pass it down. That way, if somebody asks the question that you've written down, you can just hold on to the sheet of paper. You don't have to pass it down. You don't have to pass down the form. Or, if you have multiple questions on the form, you can cross one of the questions out and then pass the form at that point with the one question crossed out and the other questions remaining visible on the form. How will you know whether the witness's testimony is close to the end? It's hard to tell, but I think it's helpful if you have a brief understanding of what to expect in general. The party calling the witness conducts what we call direct examination. So the party that calls the witness gets to ask questions first. The opposing party then has an opportunity to conduct what we call cross-examination, to ask questions at that point. If there is cross-examination, then the party that called the witness may conduct redirect examination. And if there is redirect examination, then the opposing party may conduct re-cross-examination, and that's the end of it. Now, if there is no cross-examination, there can be no redirect examination. And if there is no redirect examination, there can be no re-cross-examination. Before a witness is permitted to leave, I will ask if any of the jurors has questions for the witness, and I will give you a minute or two in case you want to write questions at that point. So if you prefer to wait until the end of the testimony to write any questions down, you will have an opportunity to do that at the end of each witness's testimony. But like I said, you can also write it down and hold on to your form and wait to pass it down until the witness finishes testifying. Once the witness completes his or her testimony and leaves the courtroom, it is too late at that point to submit a question for that witness. So if you want to submit a question for me to consider asking of a witness, you have to do it before the witness is finished with the testimony and leaves the courtroom. Once the witness is released and leaves the courtroom, it's too late at that point to submit a question. By the way, if I forget to ask you if one of you has a question for a witness, please signal the bailiff or get my attention and let me know that you have a question and I forgot to ask you. I will discuss each question submitted by a juror with the attorneys outside your hearing. And so what we will do is I'll have counsel come up to the bench and we'll have a bench conference and I'll turn the white noise on so that you can't hear what we're saying here. Keep in mind, please, that if I decide that the question is proper, I will ask it. If I decide that the question is not proper, then I will not ask it. The rules of evidence or other rules of law may prevent some of the questions that you submit from being asked. I may also conclude, based on the rules of evidence or other rules of law, that I should modify one of your questions. I will apply the same legal standards to your questions as I do to the questions that are asked by the attorneys. By making legal rulings on the admissibility of your questions, I do not intend to suggest or express any opinion about the question. My decision whether or not to allow a question is based on the applicable rules of evidence and other rules of law, and not on the facts of this particular case. It is my responsibility to assure that all parties receive a fair trial according to the law and the rules of evidence. If a particular question is not asked, please do not guess why or what the answer might have been. If I don't ask a proposed question, it is not a reflection on the juror proposing it, and you should not attach any significance to it. The fact that certain questions are asked must not affect your consideration of the evidence in any way. In other words, please do not give greater weight to questions or answers to questions that are submitted by yourself or your fellow jurors. In making decisions in this case, you must consider all the evidence that has been presented. Now, a couple of weeks ago, during group questioning, does everybody still remember group questioning? I know it's been a while. Yes, okay. I gave you some instructions of law. And since it's been a couple of weeks, I think it makes sense for me to go over some of them again. And so I will do that at this time. Please remember, folks, that I'm not expecting you to memorize these instructions right now. These instructions will be included among the final instructions at the end of the trial, and each of you will receive a copy of the complete set of instructions right before closing arguments. At this time, all I'm asking you to do is to listen to the instructions as I read them to you, to pay attention to them. First, The charges themselves are not evidence of anything. They are not proof that the defendant committed any crime. No juror should assume that the defendant committed a crime just because he has been charged with doing so. Every person charged with a crime is presumed innocent, and that presumption of innocence remains with him and must be given effect by the jury throughout the trial unless, after considering all of the evidence, the jury is then convinced that the defendant is guilty beyond a reasonable doubt. Because the defendant in a criminal trial is presumed to be innocent, the burden of proof is entirely on the prosecution. The prosecution has the burden of proving beyond a reasonable doubt each element of each crime charged. At the end of the trial, the jury will consider all of the evidence presented and will decide what has been proven by the evidence. Then, based on the law that I will explain in the jury instructions, the jury will decide whether the prosecution has proven beyond a reasonable doubt that the defendant is guilty of any of the crimes charged. I gave you the definition of reasonable doubt a couple of weeks ago. Let me give it to you again. Reasonable doubt means a doubt based upon reason and common sense, which arises from a fair and rational consideration of all the evidence or the lack of evidence in the case. It is a doubt which is not a vague, speculative, or imaginary doubt, but such a doubt as would cause reasonable people to hesitate to act in matters of importance to themselves. Again, the burden of proof is on the prosecution to prove each element of each crime charged beyond a reasonable doubt, and reasonable doubt is a doubt that is based upon reason and common sense that arises from a fair and rational consideration of all the evidence or the lack of evidence in the case. It is a doubt which is not a vague, speculative, or imaginary doubt, but such a doubt as would cause reasonable people to hesitate to act in matters of importance to themselves. A crime is committed when the defendant has committed a voluntary act prohibited by law, together with a culpable state of mind. Voluntary act means an act performed consciously as a result of effort or determination. It includes the possession of property if the actor was aware of his physical possession or control thereof for a sufficient period to have been able to terminate it. Proof of the voluntary act alone is insufficient to prove that the defendant had the required state of mind. The culpable state of mind is as much an element of the crime as the act itself and must be proven beyond a reasonable doubt either by direct or circumstantial evidence. In this case, the culpable states of mind that are elements of the crimes charged are 1. After deliberation and with intent, and 2. Knowingly. After deliberation and with intent is the culpable state of mind element for the crimes of murder in the first degree after deliberation and with intent, and attempt to commit murder in the first degree after deliberation and with intent. Knowingly is the culpable state of mind element for the crimes of murder in the first degree extreme indifference, attempt to commit murder in the first degree extreme indifference, and possession of an explosive or incendiary device. The term after deliberation means not only intentionally, but also that the decision to commit the act has been made after the exercise of reflection and judgment concerning the act. An act committed after deliberation is never one which has been committed in a hasty or impulsive manner. A person acts intentionally or with intent when his conscious objective is to cause the specific result prescribed by the statute defining the offense. It is immaterial whether or not the result actually occurred. A person acts knowingly or willfully with respect to conduct or to a circumstance described by a statute defining an offense when he is aware that his conduct is of such nature or that such circumstance exists. A person acts knowingly or willfully with respect to a result of his conduct when he is aware that his conduct is practically certain to cause the result. As you know, Mr. Holmes has pled not guilty by reason of insanity, which includes the plea of not guilty. Under Colorado law, a person charged with certain crimes, including all of the crimes charged in this case, may plead not guilty by reason of insanity. By pleading not guilty by reason of insanity, the defendant says that he is not legally responsible for the offenses charged because he was insane at the time of the commission of the act. Under Colorado law, the defendant was insane at the time of the commission of the act if either 1, he was so diseased or defective in mind at the time of the commission of the act as to be incapable of distinguishing right from wrong with respect to that act, or 2, he suffered from a condition of mind caused by a mental disease or defect that prevented him from forming a culpable mental state that is an element of a crime charged. But care should be taken not to confuse mental disease or defect with moral obliquity, mental depravity, or passion growing out of anger, revenge, hatred, or other motives and kindred evil conditions, because when an act is induced by any of these causes, the person is accountable to the law. In addition, diseased or defective in mind does not refer to an abnormality manifested only by repeated criminal or otherwise antisocial conduct. Mental disease or defect means only those severely abnormal mental conditions that grossly and demonstrably impair a person's perception or understanding of reality and that are not attributable to the voluntary ingestion of alcohol or any other psychoactive substance. Mental disease or defect does not include an abnormality manifested only by repeated criminal or otherwise antisocial conduct. As I mentioned earlier, folks, the defendant is presumed innocent, and that presumption of innocence remains with him and must be given effect by the jury throughout the trial. Therefore, the defendant does not have to prove that he was insane at the time of the commission of the act. Rather, the prosecution has the burden to prove beyond a reasonable doubt that the defendant was not insane at the time of the commission of the act. In order to meet this burden of proof, the prosecution must prove beyond a reasonable doubt both: 1, that the defendant was not so diseased or defective in mind at the time of the commission of the act as to be incapable of distinguishing right from wrong with respect to that act, and 2, that the defendant did not suffer from a condition of mind caused by a mental disease or defect that prevented him from forming a culpable mental state that is an element of a crime charge. At the end of the trial, the jury will decide whether the prosecution has proven beyond a reasonable doubt each element of each crime charge, including the additional element that the defendant was sane at the time of the commission of the act. If the jury finds that the prosecution proved beyond a reasonable doubt each element of a crime charged, including that Mr. Holmes was sane at the time of the commission of the act, then the jury must return a verdict of guilty on that charge. If the jury finds that the prosecution did not prove beyond a reasonable doubt each element of a crime charged, including that Mr. Holmes was sane at the time of the commission of the act, then the jury must return a verdict of not guilty on that charge. In the event of a not guilty verdict, the jury will be asked to specify whether it found Mr. Holmes not guilty on that charge based solely on the prosecution's failure to prove beyond a reasonable doubt that he was sane at the time of the commission of the act. If the jury concluded that the prosecution failed to prove beyond a reasonable doubt only one element of a crime charged, the element that Mr. Holmes was sane at the time of the crime charge, at the time of the commission of the act, then Mr. Holmes will be found not guilty by reason of insanity as to that charge. If the jury concluded that the prosecution failed to prove beyond a reasonable doubt any other element of a crime charge, Mr. Holmes will be found not guilty as to that charge. Accordingly, as to every crime charged in this case, Mr. Holmes may be found guilty, not guilty, or not guilty by reason of insanity. As I have mentioned, folks, the jury will determine the facts in this case, and then I will give you the instructions that you are to apply to those facts. A fact may be proven by either direct or circumstantial evidence. Under the law, both are acceptable ways to prove something. Neither is necessarily more reliable than the other. Direct evidence is based on first-hand observation of the fact in question. For example, a witness's testimony that she looked out a window and saw snow falling might be offered as direct evidence that it snowed. Circumstantial evidence is indirect. It is based on observations of related facts that may lead you to reach a conclusion about the fact in question. For example, a witness's testimony that she looked out a window and saw snow covering the ground might be offered as circumstantial evidence that it had snowed. In determining the facts in this case, you may have to decide what testimony to believe. You should carefully consider all of the testimony given and the circumstances under which each witness has testified. Consider each witness's knowledge, motive, state of mind, demeanor, and manner while on the stand. Consider the witness's means of knowledge, ability to observe, and strength of memory. Consider also any relationship that each witness may have to either side of the case. The manner in which each witness might be affected by the verdict, and the extent to which, if at all, each witness is either supported or contradicted by other evidence in the case. You should consider all facts and circumstances shown by the evidence which affects the credibility of the witness's testimony. You may believe all of the testimony of a witness, or part of it, or none of it. Remember that the jury must decide this case based only on the evidence presented during the trial and the instructions of law that I provide. Whether the defendant is guilty, not guilty, or not guilty by reason of insanity must not be decided as a result of either sympathy or prejudice for or against the prosecution or the defendant. All jurors must conscientiously follow and apply all of the rules I give you during the trial, including the ones that I discussed just now, and including the ones that I've given you before. Does everybody understand all that? All right, let me talk to you, and everybody's saying yes, and not in their head yes. All right, let me talk to you briefly about alternates. As you know, we have 12 alternates here. All 24 of you are jurors and will get to hear and see every part of the trial. You will all participate the same and will be treated equally throughout the trial. The only difference is that the alternate jurors will not get to deliberate at the end. Now, the parties, the attorneys, and I know who the alternates are, but we're not allowed to tell you until the end of the trial, right before deliberations. And the reason for not telling you until right before deliberations is that we want all of you to pay attention and concentrate throughout the trial. The fear is that if we told you up front who the alternates are, that those individuals may be tempted to lose interest in the case or may fail to take the case as seriously as they should and to pay close attention to the proceedings. I want to apologize in advance to you for the alternate system. It's a lot to ask of citizens, not only to come here and participate in this process, but to then participate without getting to deliberate. That can be a difficult thing to take, especially in a trial which may last 4 or 5 months. So I apologize in advance, but it is something we have to do. And the reason for that is that the defendant in a criminal trial has a constitutional right to have 12 jurors decide his case. That is the constitutional minimum. And if we only selected 12 jurors and one of the 12 got sick or became unavailable for whatever reason and could not deliberate, we would have to stop and start the entire process all over again, beginning with selecting a new jury. And so in this case, we've selected 12 alternates because it's a trial that's expected to last several months or multiple months. At the end of the trial, when I announce who the alternates are, I will not excuse or discharge them. The reason is that if there happens to be a guilty verdict and a charge of first-degree murder, we will need to have a sentencing hearing, as you know, and I will need the alternates to continue as jurors in case one of the other jurors becomes unavailable during the sentencing hearing. What that means is that even though the remaining alternates did not get to deliberate on the question of guilt, one or more of them may get to deliberate if we have a sentencing hearing, and if one of the other jurors becomes unavailable during that sentencing hearing. So The alternates will continue to be under the same obligations as all the other jurors in terms of complying with all my admonishments with respect to your conduct when you're not in the courtroom. And the reason for that is to preserve the option to allow us to use an alternate to replace a juror who becomes unavailable during a sentencing hearing if we have a sentencing hearing. Please remember also, folks, that just because we talk about potential sentencing hearing doesn't mean that Mr. Holmes will be or should be found guilty of anything. I've been over this multiple times with each of you in individual questioning. We have to plan for all contingencies. So don't infer from these comments that Mr. Holmes will be or should be found guilty of anything. I just needed to explain to you how the alternate system works. All right, folks, we're going to take a recess here pretty soon. I'm going to give you a summarized version of the admonishments that you have to observe during the break. I want to remind you that until the trial is completed, you must not discuss the case with anyone, either in person, using the internet, or by any other means. This includes members of your household, including your spouse, significant other, family members. This also includes friends, co-workers, acquaintances, people involved in the trial, other jurors, or anyone else. You also must not allow anyone to discuss the case around you. If you overhear people talking about the case, please remove yourself from that situation immediately. If someone approaches you and tries to discuss the trial with you, or if you see or hear anything about it, even accidentally, let my staff know immediately that you need to speak with me. You must not conduct any research, undertake any investigation, or otherwise obtain information about the case from an outside source. You must not read or listen to any news reports or internet information or other electronic sources about the trial. Your verdict must be based solely on the evidence presented in the courtroom and the law that I give you. Please do not talk to the parties, the attorneys, or the witnesses about anything. Please do not talk to any members of the media about anything. Please make sure you wear your juror badges at all times and that they are visible to those around you. Finally, it is important that you not form or express any opinion on the case until your deliberations at the end of the trial. You must keep an open mind throughout the trial. Now, folks, I want to emphasize that all of these admonishments will apply during the break. We're going to take a 10-minute break here. All of the admonishments apply. You may be tempted during your first break, official break, to want to talk about what just happened here. You must resist the temptation to talk about anything that just happened here. I encourage you to be friendly with each other. Talk about sports or current events or your job, your family. Don't talk about the proceedings. Don't talk about the case. Don't talk about anything that happens here in the courtroom. And these admonishments are extremely important. I know that I've mentioned that to you before, and I know that all of you smiled when I repeated it 3 times during your introductory session and must have thought that I was crazy. But that was my way of emphasizing to you how important these are. These are not admonishments that you could say, well, whatever, what's the big deal? I can just do this one little thing. No. You have to strictly comply with all of them, every single one of them. It would also be improper for you to think, well, who's going to find out? Who's going to know? Trust me. We will find out. So follow each and every single advisement, all right? Each and every one of you must do that. If you don't do that, it will create major problems for the case. By the way, before I break, I wanted to tell you that I've administered an oath to all my bailiffs. That's Ms. Robinson, Ms. Gerlings, and Ms. Zabel, to not permit any person to speak to you about this trial, to not speak to you themselves in relation to this trial, and to return with you at the end of each break as ordered by the court. All right, with that, let's take a break. Thank you, folks. If you would follow Ms. Zabel, Ms. Robinson, and Ms. Gerlings out of the courtroom through the side door, please. The record should reflect that the jurors have now exited the courtroom. Everyone may be seated. All right, folks, this is a short break, so let's have you back shortly after 1. Just a 10-minute break, please. All right, the court will be in recess. Right.
You want a world-class e-commerce experience for your customers, so they will find what they want, stay longer, buy more, and tell their friends. Making that experience unique is hard enough, but building infrastructure that's fast, scalable, and reliable makes it that much harder. So you've got to answer the question, who is going to manage your e-commerce platform?
I gotta tell you, my favorite movie, Big Lebowski.
Oh, Call of Duty.
Greatest game of all time. You know the greatest show of all time would be zombies. They're bees that are undead. It's great. Like the bluest blue I've ever seen.
How much more black could this be? The answer is none.
Gotta watch one more.
The best TV deserves the best TV. Introducing Samsung SUHD TV with more color than ever before.
Good afternoon again, everyone. This is the case of the people of the state of Colorado versus James Holmes, case number 12CR1522. The record should reflect that Mr. Holmes is present with his attorneys, Ms. Brady, Mr. King, Ms. Nelson, Ms. Higgs, and Ms. Spengler. The people are represented by Mr. Brockler, Mr. Orman, Ms. Pearson, Ms. Tish McGuire, and Mr. Edson. The record should further reflect that we are outside the presence of the prospective jurors, or not prospective, the actual jurors at this time. Before I bring the jury in, I want to address the spectators in the courtroom. Folks, this is a public trial, and I want everyone to feel welcome here. That's important to me. However, you must observe proper courtroom decorum. I am sensitive to the fact that this case may evoke powerful emotions. I fully understand that. But it is my responsibility to ensure that both sides receive a fair trial and to uphold the dignity of the court. In Order D-79, the court recognized that some visible emotional reactions are inevitable and appropriate. What the court strictly prohibited are audible comments and emotional outbursts, as well as the display of insignias, symbols, pictures, clothing, or any other item that may influence the jury or which are intended to convey a message about a person, an issue, or cause. If at any time you feel the onset of an emotional reaction that may turn into audible comments or an emotional outburst, please quietly and discreetly exit the courtroom. You may return to the courtroom after the following break if you're ready to do so in compliance with this order. Anyone who violates this order may be subject to contempt proceedings and sanctions and may be barred from attending the remainder of the trial. All right, thank you, everyone. With that, let's bring the jury in, please. The record should reflect that the jurors have now joined us. Does everybody have a notebook? Yes, and everybody's saying yes and nodding their head yes. Great. Just a scheduling note, folks. Let's plan to have you here every morning at 8:15. I was going to have you get here at 8:30, but it takes a little bit of time to get through security and have you screened and to have you ready here. So the idea is that we're going to start at 8:40 every morning. And in order to start at 8:40, I think we have to get you here at about 8:15 or so. The other scheduling note is that this Thursday is going to be a short day because one of you has a trip. And I think we need to finish at about 3 or so to allow the person to get to the airport on time. So this Thursday, we will finish at around 3 o'clock, 3 or 3:30. And then Friday is off. This is one of the days off that we have planned to take. We're going to buy you lunch for the next 3 days. So you don't need to bring a lunch unless you want to for the next 3 days. But don't get used to that. That's just while you get settled in this week. Lunch will be on us. You can have drinks here in the courtroom as long as they're non-alcoholic drinks, obviously. And you can have coffee, soda, water, whatever you prefer. When you get here, you can leave your personal effects in the lockers. You can leave food if you bring food in the refrigerator. I think we have a couple of refrigerators available to you. If at any time during the trial you cannot see or hear something, I need you to raise your hand and let me know that. Just say, Judge, I can't see, or Judge, I can't hear. It's important that each and every one of you is able to hear and see everything that happens in the trial. I mentioned a moment ago that the next step in the proceedings is opening statements. I have allowed each side 2 hours for opening statements. And each side has the ability to use 2 attorneys if they wish for opening statements. You will hear that my staff will provide time warnings based on what each party has requested. The prosecution will go first. We will take a break after the prosecution's opening statement. And then after that, the defense will decide whether they want to make an opening statement now or if they want to defer or if they want to make an opening statement at all. And that's because, as I mentioned earlier, the defendant is presumed innocent, and that presumption of innocence remains with them and must be given effect by the jury throughout the trial. With that, then, we are ready for opening statements. And so, Mr. Brockler, are the people ready to proceed with their opening statement?
We are, Your Honor.
You may proceed.
Through this door is horror. Through this door are bullets, blood, brains, and bodies. Through this door, one guy who felt as if he had lost his career, lost his love life, lost his purpose, came to execute a plan in his heart for his life, but for 2.5 months in his mind. On a cool July night a few years ago, about 13 miles from where we sit right now, 400 people filed into a box-like theater to be entertained. And one person came there
When most people think about
Or you prefer. When you get here, you can leave your personal effects in the lockers. You can leave food if you bring food in the refrigerator. I think we have a couple of refrigerators.
Killing others. Westview High School down in the southern part of California in San Diego. Again, great grades. He takes the SAT, and although his reading scores are okay, man, his math skills are phenomenal. He goes to UC Riverside and he discovers his purpose in life. He's going to be a scientist. He wants to get a PhD. His dad has one. And he does well. High honors, not in political science, in neuroscience, the study of the brain and disorders. And he rocks it. Nearly a 4.0. He takes the GRE, and his verbal scores and math scores are incredible. Put him at the top of the list. So he applies, right? He applies to graduate schools, and he is rejected. He gets one interview, and he thinks that interview went poorly, and that's why he didn't get picked. So what does he do post-rejection for the year before CU? Doesn't know what his purpose is, so he goes and lives at home. He sleeps and plays video games all day. His parents push him to get a job, so he does, working at a pill coating factory from about 4 p.m. to 2 a.m. every day. His parents continue to push him and prod him to reapply to graduate school, and he does. And this time he gets interviews. He gets interviews at Iowa, at Illinois, at Colorado. And he still presents poorly. He presents as aloof, as quiet. They perceive him to be disinterested, not a good fit for their program. In fact, you'll hear some of the people that interviewed him said, "Oh, don't take this guy. Do not take this guy under any circumstances." But he does get accepted by Illinois and CU. And he makes the decision to pick the University of Colorado because they offer him more financial aid. And now he's got his purpose back. He's going to be a scientist and get that PhD. He gets into the neuroscience program at CU. This thing is competitive. It is hard to get into. They take 6 people each year at most, and he's one of them. Here's how this program works. There are classes, just like any other college program in the fall and spring, and this is where he does remarkably well. If there are books to read, things to regurgitate, a syllabus, things that he can be told to master and print out again, he does great. That's only about half of this program. The other half are lab rotations. You get 3 in 1 year. And those 3 rotations are a chance for you not only to learn something, but you are courting a lab that is going to be the gatekeeper for you getting that PhD. Because in essence, at the end of that first year, one of those 3 labs has to accept your proposal of academic marriage, for lack of a better term to describe it. And if you don't have one, you can't continue in the program. So he has these 3. Occam Klug, Mark Delacqua, and Kurt Fried, all experts in their field, all incredibly qualified. His grades in the classes, he does great. This is the average for those 6 super smart students. In the spring, his GPA actually increases. And again, this is the average for these super smart students they've taken from across the country. He comes to school early, anxious to get out of mom and dad's house. He starts working in Occam Klug's lab. He then takes him as his first rotation, and I'll let them try to describe what it is they were trying to study about the brain, because honestly, I don't know what it is. There are emails that will help us understand what this guy was doing during the course of the year leading up to this massacre. There are Google chats that will help us know what he was doing, because he's different in writing. And then there's his coursework. "Hey, Bobo," he says, "optimistic. I might need money for a home for Holmes," talking about himself, probably starting in the new year. He's optimistic things will go well. Goober, his mom. They email back and forth throughout this about weather, earthquakes, tornadoes, fires, snow, and you'll see that. In September of 2011, they email back and forth, and that's what you need to know is they don't talk much on the phone at all. They communicate by email. That's where he's most comfortable. Classes are going okay, exams are take home. That's kind of weird. before we get out of September, I want to talk to you about another man, Gordon Cowden. Gordon's a 51-year-old single father, 4 kids. He's got 2 still at home, 2 teenage daughters. He's a business owner, a real estate appraiser. And in July of 2012, he was the kind of father that would still take his teenage daughters to a midnight showing of a big hit premiere. Caleb Medley. Caleb Medley is an aspiring comedian, and he's good at it. And he comes to the theater on July 20th, 2012 with a friend and his 9-month pregnant wife. He continues to email his mom and his dad, hey, all is well here. And he sees a girl in class, and he starts flirting with her. Hey, girl, got my number? Can I have yours? And so a relationship begins. It will be the first love of his life. It will be the first sexual experience of his life. Now he has something more for a purpose. Not just a scientist, but maybe something else. It's October. He continues to email. School is going well. He talks about his lab work. When he Google chats with his girlfriend, and this is how they communicate a ton when they're not together. They talk about things like Keanu Reeves and Tom Cruise and Anchorman. Continuing to email mom and dad, things are going well. Back to his girlfriend, they have conversations that PhD neuroscience and computer science people have. They talk about a gerbil that he had to sacrifice that he named Lucifer. And you'll hear they talk about a lot of other things too. Cannibalism. He emails back to mom and dad talking about he's going to spend Thanksgiving with a bunch of his peeps and my gal. He gives his first presentation, and remember this isn't his strong suit here, on November 21st, 2011. And he gets an evaluation from a guy named Sukumar, cannot pronounce that last name. But he goes by Suk, and he'll come in here and talk to you about this. He's the director for this program. He does okay on some things. That green is good, yellow is something to work on, red is bad. And he gets some greens. But you know what? He also gets yellows on the things that are most important to being a lab scientist. Quality of data. The use of his time. He actually says this guy needs to work on his speaking skills and appear more interested in communicating with the audience. So that social anxiety is coming back to haunt him as it had all through his upbringing. He was that guy that appeared in the back of pictures. He was that guy that was on cross country but never really hung out with anyone or talked to anyone. He had a small group of friends, and that was it. And here he is now, second chance to get that scientist thing. And he's running into the same thing. First rotation evaluation from Malcolm Klug. Again, some good things. He's done some strong work, but now there's some cautionary things. He dedicated the appropriate time. That's an effort issue right there. He used his time effectively. But he's still got something good in his life. It's his girlfriend. And he continues to Google chat her. What's up, Buttercup? Start my new lab today. I could be a little bit more excited, but maybe I'll stay with this lab. These are good peeps. He emails back and forth to his mom. His second rotation is going to be with Dr. Mark Delacqua, and this one will be a crippler. This one did not go well at all. In December, he's emailing back and forth to his dad about just mundane things. Farah Soudani went to this movie theater on July the 20th as part of a group of 10. They sat in about the 12th row up here. And you'll get a chance to see this, I promise. 10 people, co-workers from Red Robin, and they went for the premiere because it was someone's birthday. And that person who had the birthday was someone that loved superheroes. Alex Sullivan. He was a big guy. His friends called him Sully. He was also part of that group of 10 that worked at Red Robin and that came to the theater for the same thing. He loves superheroes. When the Superman trailer starts, he stands up and throws his arms up in the air and yells, "Yeah!" July the 20th, 2012 was his 27th birthday, and they were all there for him. In January of 2012, he's still reporting back home. Things are good. He'd been working out all along, but now we take a look to see he's good for 1 to 2 times a week of working out, like anybody else. He emails his mom, lab's fine, things are going fine. He asks his girl out on a date. They talk about serial killer dreams. They talk about all sorts of interesting things. But they also talk about the fear of failure. This is her. He asked her, "Are you afraid of failing?" She says, "No, I'm not really." And he says, "Look, even if you do, you'll still get a good job with your master's." His girlfriend's in computer science. She can go anywhere. But what she reveals to him is what he already knows. And he says it. I, on the other hand, I'd be SOL. And she says, "You're right. Your biology. PhD is the norm for you to be successful in that field." They talk about things like making a cyborg. He has a meeting set up with Suk, the guy that evaluated him for the first rotation. He comes back to report to his girlfriend. You know what it was about? It was about his social anxiety. It was about his inability to communicate well. He says, "My advisor says I need to jump in with both feet, can't tiptoe in." It was an analogy for being more social in discussions. And this is a revelation for him. Science appears to have shifted from guys working alone in a dark room to something far more social. He says to her, "You're going to go see The Rapist," and that is a reference to a Saturday Night Live skit with Alex Trebek. If you didn't see it, combine The and Rapist together is Therapist, and talking about a therapist that she was seeing. And they joke around about that. He talks about being sick. You have the magic touch of healing. They joke about psychotic delusions. He writes back to home. Things are going well. Pretty much made up my mind, this lab isn't the one for me. I'm going to try for the first one. He keeps sending in exams, and these things, and you'll see them, are wicked smart. Super smart. And he's doing great at them. By February of 2012, continuing to email mom and dad about the mundane, an iPhone, the weather. He works out at 24-hour fitness a couple times a week. He talks to his mom about Valentine's Day. He's going to cook for his girlfriend. He says, "I got that iPhone we talked about." He sends in attachments and work with these things. I can't even tell you what they mean. That's how smart they are. But he's sending in his work, and he's sending it in on time. He says, "Valentine's Day was great. Candlelight, gave some carnations to my girl." He then keeps sending in his homework, and everything is about the same, ongoing. His second rotation presentation and evaluation, however, do not go well. He gets some good marks for professionalism, but then it goes bad. He can't conduct research. His oral communication needs significant help. He spent the appropriate amount of time and commitment on these programs. These are not good scores. He talks to his girl through Google Chat and says, "Looks like I won't be joining that lab." And this will be a recurring theme for the next several months. He can't stop talking about this. "I didn't complete the main project. The professor got pissed off, gave me a B." She says that sucks. On the other hand, you still have that first lab. You sort of like that one. You might be able to go there. And right after that, they break up. She says, "I don't see a future with you." And she leaves him, and he's devastated. He tells his dad, "Hey, I finished up my second lab. Professor got peeved. I can't join his lab. She broke up with me. It hasn't exactly been the best of time." Doesn't know what his purpose is anymore. March of 2012, he joins a third rotation, his last chance, Kurt Fried. His mom emails him about, again, mundane things. "Here's a funny movie. Check it out on Netflix." He says, sure. He works out 2 times a week in the post-breakup situation. He tells his mom, "This situation's gotten complex because she doesn't want to see me, but we're sort of doing the friends with benefits thing now. I try to do my complete disassociation, but we're somewhere between friends and a relationship." He says in his notebook that this was when he lost his last battle with biology, his last great battle of falling in love. A.J. Boyk. A.J. Boyk was 18. A.J. Boyk was getting ready to start college on Saturday after July the 20th. He wanted to be a ceramics teacher. He was an aspiring artist. And on July 20th, 2012, he went to the movies, which he loved doing, with his fiancée, La Samoa. And they took this picture from the theater just before it went dark. Alexander Teves was 24. He had just graduated the University of Denver with his master's degree. He had been interning at a place where he worked as a counselor dealing with mental health issues for juveniles. He went to the movie with his fiancée and friend. He is the oldest son of 3 of Tom and Karen Teves. In March of 2012, just a few months before this, he's doing great in school. He's getting praise from professors for his performance on the schoolwork classroom stuff. He files his taxes both in Colorado and in California dutifully and on time. He says he even got a refund of $131, claimed himself as a dependent. But that month, after the deterioration of his performance in labs and his girlfriend, he seeks out some counseling from the school-provided service. And by the way, that is not unusual for this stressful program and these high-strung people. He sees Margaret Roth on Friday, March 16th. He goes to her and says his chief concern is trouble with public speaking. He has anxiety around other people. He has anxiety taking initiative with people, but not when he's at home by himself. No anxiety. He said his girlfriend doesn't want a long-term relationship with him. In fact, technically, she's no longer his girlfriend. He says, in response to her questions through this 40-minute process, no, I'm not suicidal, but I've had some thoughts of killing people. Now, Margaret's going to tell you that is not the first time any student has come to her and said they had homicidal ideations, and that's what it's called. So she asks further. That's important. He says, no, I don't have any specific targets, no specific plans, no delusions, no hallucinations. She thinks he has normal cognition, and he doesn't want to say anymore. She concludes that at that time he's not dangerous. He wants to see a psychiatrist. He wants to continue with some treatment. That's stable. He's staying in the school program. That's stable. He tells Dr. Lynn Fenton, the psychiatrist he ultimately sees, he's the most anxious guy I've ever seen. She thinks maybe he's got an obsessive-compulsive disorder. After this, he goes out, St. Patty's Day, goes with his ex-girlfriend, and there's an incident. At that bar they go to, a guy comes up to talk to his ex-girlfriend, and he confronts the guy and says, hey, that's my girlfriend. She sees it, and outside the bar tells him, I am not your girlfriend. But he emails back to mom 3 days later, spring break was fun, good time. Went to an Irish bar on St. Patty's Day. With Dr. Lynn Fenton, he gets up with her a couple days later. He says his girlfriend broke up with him a couple weeks ago. He has anxiety around people. He then declares, I don't have relationships with people. People have relationships with me. When she asks him about his comments to Margaret Roth, he says, listen, people are my problem. The only solution to that is if I could kill everybody, but that can't happen. So that's not even a realistic solution. But she asks more questions to determine what risk he poses. He denies any self-mutilation or suicide, denies having a plan, denies a target. He appears not currently dangerous and agrees to take some medications and to come back. She thinks he has a social phobia, maybe OCD. She tells Dr. Metzner he displayed an angry and hateful perception of humanity throughout their 5 times together, and that it had been present for a long time. She prescribes Klonopin, sertraline for the OCD and social phobia, and considers an anti-psych drug, but he doesn't want to take it because he says it might sedate me too much. He puts down in his journal here what's going on in his head. He cannot tell them, and he calls them the mind rapists, his plan. Because if he does, both his normal life, the one we know about, and his ideal enactment of working on his homicidal ideations, both of those would be lost if he came clean with them about what he was thinking. He says he doesn't want to build a false sense of rapport and that he's going to continue to try to deflect any incriminating questions from them. And he wouldn't be more candid with Dr. Fenton. He wouldn't tell them, he tells Dr. Metzner, he wouldn't tell them that he had a planned attack and what he was going to do, because she'd have locked me up and I wouldn't have been able to kill people. He talks to his girl some more, and in this particular conversation, he brings up this issue of, I don't know what to do. I might play Skyrim. It's a video game. But I don't know if that's helpful. She says you should play video games. Screw the world. I mean, do something that you want to do that's fun. She knows he's been having a tough time. This is what she says here. He says, well, look, what I really want to do, I can't do because it's evil. She says, well, and he says, I can't do that. Well, what do you feel like doing? Video games are the next best thing. They're escapism. What's so evil that you want to do? You know what he says? Kill people, of course. She thinks this is just theoretical, based on all of these other conversations they have, so she engages him. Killing people's too much effort. You'll end up locked up. Most people aren't worth the effort. He says, well, that's why you kill many people. Again, she thinks it's theoretical, and they continue to have a conversation. He invokes justice, saying taking away someone's time or life. And in fact, if you wait to kill to the end of your life, then there's nothing to lose. They begin to have a conversation about the value of life. And he says, what's more valuable than life? If you take that away, you take away everyone's experiences and all of their potential. And she asks that it being, and she says, what is human capital? What do you do with that human capital from having taken away people's lives? And he says, have a more meaningful life. And she doesn't get it. How does that work? And he can't explain it to her other than saying, this is what he wants to do. She says, it may satisfy you, but it doesn't fulfill your purpose. He says, but it'll still make my life more meaningful. And she still thinks this is just a theoretical conversation. She says, I don't see how it's useful. She confronts him and says, it's not like by killing people, you get the benefit of anything from them. You're not stronger. You're just taking away life. And that seems like destruction. And he says, look, I don't believe in absolute good or evil. She says, well, if that's the case, why don't you kill me and Ben, their mutual friend, who wronged him, she, by breaking up with him? Why don't you do that? He says, I told you I can't do that. If I did that, I'd get caught, and I couldn't kill more people. I'd also lose the rest of my life. He says that it's a circle, a tautology, saying that the meaning of life is to live. He recognized that long ago. But you know what he's missing? A purpose. A purpose. He says, I'm not inherently evil. My outlook on destroying life is only plan B. I do have a plan for good. And she asks, what's your purpose for good? And he says, are you sure you want to know? You don't just want to find out? And then she says, hey, can we continue talking about this later? Because it's just theory. Ben's coming to pick me up. He responds with, Ait, you want to come play some Dom? That's a board game that they play at his house, that they've all played for a long time now. She says, I got some things to do, but after that we can. And that conversation is left like all the others. He then jumps right back into the schoolwork. He asks for after-hours badge access for his work. He talks to one of the lab assistants about coming in early, to his dad about a Roth IRA. He comes back into the cell. He's looking at cells. It's now April. He tells his mom, not much new going on. Working on some cells, doing some stuff with neurons. He continues to work out. And then on April 2nd, he picks up the phone or texts or G-chats his girlfriend and says, I can't just be friends anymore. And she says, okay. And it ends. April 3rd, he sits through a class on schizophrenia, an overview. He then fills out a mock grant proposal for a teacher who will rave about it. He's going to receive a grade of A because he passed some other class. 8 out of 8, exclamation point, nice work. On April the 9th, he seeks in-state tuition. And now another possible relationship. And what he's going to do is reach out to another woman in his class and start flirting with her. And she's going to tell you that he's different in text and one-on-one than when they were back in school. He reaches out to her on April 9th. Hey, it's Jimmy James from neuroscience. He says, you sick of Del Aqua yet? That's the professor that harshed on him in that second rotation. He's always lingering way too long. She says, how do you like it? He says, no bueno. He got pissed at me. I got a lower grade than everyone else in the rotation. Couldn't get the main experiment to work. He's still harping on that. He just goes off and quotes random shit that's not relevant, like he's reading it. She responds and he says, yep, hopefully I can still join Occam. That's that first rotation he's counting on joining to become a PhD. On April 12th, he takes another class on schizophrenia. On the 17th of April, he goes to see Lynn Fenton again, and he's guarded with her. He denies any suicidal thoughts. He refuses to talk to her about any homicidal thoughts. He seems to get upset with her because she won't share with him her ideas on the purpose of life. She now has concerns that they have a tentative therapeutic relationship. She says, hey, can I bring in someone else? Maybe this person will help. You'll have a better relationship with them. She still thinks he has a social phobia. She's not sure if he's got psychotic level thinking, but seems stable every other aspect. No evidence of an imminent threat. On April 18th, he renews his lease on his apartment for another 6 months. 32 days later, he would try to make his first purchase for a handgun. April 19th, needing that relationship, he goes to Match.com. That costs money. And it's important to know about the 3 methods of payment that he had for different things. First and foremost, he had a checking account and a Visa debit card out of that same account from Point Loma in California Credit Union. His parents are co-owners of that account and have access to it. Also has a USAA MasterCard that his parents do not co-own and do not have access to. And then he has a PayPal account that only he has access to. For the Point Loma checking and Visa, he uses it to buy the ordinary things for life. Gas, going to Target, King Soopers, ATM. He pays off his PayPal debts. He's linked it. He gets transfers from the Holmes family for money they give him. Deposits for his stipend for grad school. And he pays off his USAA MasterCard from there. He also writes his rent check from there. And he dutifully hand delivers it to the leasing agency every single month on time or early. In this particular case for Match.com, he uses the MasterCard. Back to school, he continues to submit all of these great exams. He then reaches out on the 23rd of April to that same girl in class and says, why you gotta distract me with those short shorts, making Carl, the professor of that class, call me out. He then works on lowering his data usage on his phone to keep the Verizon Wireless account afloat. They talk a lot by text, he and this girl who you will meet. And he ends up revealing to her in my third lab, I don't have any data yet, so I'm not going to be able to do a presentation. And she says, haha, that's not good. She says, I can't wait for summer. He says, me too. We should go hiking sometime, he says. And she agrees. They talk about camping. He asks if she'll go hiking this Saturday. Again, completely different to people in writing. How about Golden Gate Canyon Park? Sure. Pick you up at 1 o'clock from the lab on Saturday. They talk about getting a house if prelims go well. She asks, do you think that they won't go well? And he says, I'm completely in the dark as for preparing. Because there's no syllabus. There's no book. It's just, there's the whole year, and we'll ask you questions about it. She says, yeah, me too. I hope I pass. It's now May. His dad tells him, job market's really tough. You should stay in school if you can do it. He writes back and says, hey, asked out a new lady friend. We went on a hike, and it was pretty fun. She'll say it was okay, but she wasn't looking for anything more. He then emails his dad and says, school's boring. Seems like it's a degree factory. He gets a fantastic score from his presentation that he submitted. By far the best response. This is the classroom written work grant proposal class. He continues to work out at 24-Hour Fitness. He sees Lynn Fenton again on May the 1st. He says his girlfriend is going through 5 stages of grief, that she's in depression now. He says, but now I'm with another girl. And that's not true. That's dangerous because she is in his neuroscience program with 6 of them. He says they went on a date, hiking, but his biology betrayed him, his allergies. And he says that she liked him first because I don't approach people. He said relationships with others usually last about 4 months before I cut them off. He said his lab experiment is not working, says he'll have to make up some bullshit to get through the class. He's got comps in June, the big end of the year oral boards, and then he has to pick a lab. And then again he brings up that second lab rotation, said don't bother, not a good fit. Lynn Fenton asks him if it'd be okay if they have this other doc now to come into sessions, and he says, well, if you do that, it'll just be to lock me up. She says no. He tentatively agrees. As he leaves and they continue to work with the same medication, she thinks he's got OCD, maybe social phobia. Back to this other girl that he's flirting with. He then references to her the same thing he'd mentioned to the prior girlfriend. It would be sweet if neuroscience had an area for just theory and not have to do experiments like in physics, because he's not good at them. She talks about her performance and the data she's gotten. He says, Lucky's no data yet. I have no idea what I'm going to present. But he's got a new purpose. He's going to make a plan. You're going to get to see all the parts of this notebook, every page. And what you'll see is he begins to hatch a plan for how he will kill people to make himself feel better. He first thinks about bombs, but he says, no. He says it's too regulated and too suspicious. He thinks about biological warfare, but says that it requires too much knowledge and chemicals. He thinks about serial murder. And he thinks that he's going to do it with a taser, a stun gun that's shaped like a cell phone and a folding knife. And he'll do it on national forest trails. And recovered from him, after this case, a cell phone stun gun and a folding knife. He did more than consider it. He talks about serial murder, but he says, you know what, it's too personal. There's too much evidence. Easily caught, and you know what, not enough kills. So now he thinks about mass murder. And he says, maximum casualties. Only you can perform it easily with firearms, and that's primitive in nature, but that's all right. He wants to do it. He talks more. He says, well, being caught about 99% chance. He says he doesn't have any fear of the consequences. He thinks about where will he do this? How about an airport? No, there's substantial security there. There's also the relationship issues that he's had, and his performance in school have acted as a bit of a catalyst for him to get this done. He also says that it's too tied to terrorism, and he doesn't want anyone concluding that this act of mass murder was based on terrorism, because that's not the message. The message is, there is no message. This is just how his mind has been, he says, for 15 years. So he plans on the Cinemark 16, that century, because it's isolated, because it's proximal, close to where he lives, about 4 miles away, and it's large. What better place to case and plan for mass murder than an inconspicuous entertainment facility, he says. And so he starts to map out the theater in detail, not just the building and the roads out on the side there, which are accurate, but inside too, the different theaters, and he begins to assess them. He talks about the best approach, the best theaters, and he criticizes the ones that have too many exits. Avoid that one. Theater number 10 he likes a lot, 3 stars. He says it's a primary target. There's only 2 exits. Excellent spatial approach. Medium size. You can see here he looks at other theaters too, 12, and he continues to talk about the good features, that there's only 2 exits. 4 exits, 2 visible. Avoid that one. He will not be deterred. He uses the word attack to describe his approach to do this. Here are some of the pros of some of these theaters. That you can lock the double doors, causing increasing casualties. He tells Dr. Reed that there's these double doors in the theater. and you could lock them by having handcuffs connected to each handle. These were taken right by him after the shooting on July the 20th, and they match a set in his apartment. He talks about the cons, and the cons typically are about situations where he can't kill enough, too many escapees, and you will get to go through all of these theaters in detail. He decides to start at either Theater 10 or 9, and sure enough, the theater where it happens is Theater 9. He also told Dr. Metzner that he'd been researching other mass shootings like Columbine because he wanted to see what the police response times were and how much ammo he would need. And sure enough, in the book, he estimates that his proximity to the Aurora Police Department was such that they would get there in about 3 minutes. And he had to do something about that. He says he's going to give in to his desire for hatred of mankind, an intense aversion of people that has existed for a long time. Hatred unchecked. Now, having made the decision to do this, he needs to conduct research. And what does he tell us in his notebook he wants to research? Firearms laws, mental illness. He wants to buy a handgun. That's when he knows he'll be committed. And a shotgun, an AR-15, another handgun. The wild card for this? Explosives. The best kind to get are the easy ones to get, least conspicuous, gasoline and oil. And he needs to get a remote detonation system. He needs body armor too. He's afraid of pain. He also needs to go and learn how to use these weapons. He settles on Byers Canyon. He says the last escape is mass murder at the movies. He describes his planning to Dr. Reed as meticulous. And he says that word twice. First thing he does is he goes online and he starts looking at tear gas because tear gas can be used for crowd control in a theater. And on May 10th, he buys 2 tear gas grenades. Online, has them shipped to his apartment. There's one that's recovered outside of the theater. The other one was used inside the theater, and we'll talk about how that happened. He also buys himself a gas mask for the exact same reason. And on May the 10th, another online purchase and has that shipped to his apartment using the USAA MasterCard that Mom and Dad don't own. Here's that gas mask recovered outside the theater, and what you see there dangling from it are Bluetooth headphones that he has put in his ears and cranked up his techno music to the maximum level so that he doesn't have to hear what's going on in the theater as he's pulling the trigger. He tries to get a gun. He reaches out to a federal firearms licensed dealer and says, hey, look, I'd like to get this gun, this Glock 34 tactical, practical pistol, and have it shipped to somewhere near me. He tries to buy it online because it's cheaper online, even if it's unsuccessful. Mother's Day, phone call to Mom, and it seemed normal. Jessica Gowie was 24. She was an aspiring newscaster, sportscaster, and she came to Colorado to do an internship. Her goal was to cover hockey because her boyfriend, who lived in Canada, was a hockey player. And on this particular day, July 20th, 2012, a friend of hers from out of town, from Texas, had come in, and at the last minute they decided, let's go see the Batman premiere. Ashley Mosier. July 19th, 2012 was a special day for Ashley. Ashley had gone to the doctor and found out through an ultrasound that she was 3 months pregnant. Her 6-year-old daughter, Veronica, had been at home being babysat by 2 13-year-old girls. Came home that night, shared the exciting news. They celebrated with a pizza party. And then someone brought up the idea of going to see the Batman premiere, and all the girls wanted to go. And you know what? On this day, Mom said, okay. And so they headed off to the theater. Veronica was 6 at the time, in between kindergarten and first grade. Back in May of 2012, now only about a couple months before this, he starts his 3rd lab rotation presentation, and he does okay. Still very complicated stuff. He sends in his neurodevelopment evaluation and his test, still, again, performing all the functions of a student. Dr. Fenton wants to see him again. He emails her back, why do we need to meet if you can just phone in the prescription? He doesn't want to go meet her because he keeps thinking that she's going to find out what he's up to. He tells his mom, hey, I finished the quarter, on to lab selections. He tells his dad prelims, the big end of the year tests, are June the 7th. On the 22nd of May, he goes to Gander Mountain and using that credit card, buys his first handgun. It's a .40 caliber Glock. And that's him going in the store to buy it. It's the gun they would recover from the roof of the car, the one he fired in the theater. He says, I got the .40 cal because it has more stopping power than the 9mm. That's why I picked that one. Dr. Reed says, what was that picture or thought or fantasy in your head about where you'd use it when you bought it? And he says, just in a mass murder situation. He got familiar with the guns by taking them apart in his apartment and putting them back together to see how they work. He bought firearms-related equipment over time in order to avoid suspicion. Some things he'd buy online, some things he'd buy in person. And you'll see he bounces around the stores all around him to do that. He sends an email on May the 25th to Occam Klug, that first lab rotation guy, the one that he's going to get that's going to help him get that PhD. I'd love to join your lab. I hope you agree. He emails back, James, I got to admit, I got some concerns. And he doesn't take it. On May the 28th, shortly after that email, 2 days, he goes and buys a 12-gauge shotgun using that USAA MasterCard from a different store than he bought the handgun. That's the one he uses. Holds 6 rounds. He gets it, he tells Dr. Metzner, because it's optimal to use in a theater for killing people. May 31st, he goes now for a 4th appointment with Dr. Fenton, but this time, with his agreement, she's brought in Robert Feinstein. Now, Robert Feinstein is a guy who's not only more experienced in psychiatry than Dr. Fenton is, he has a particular experience and expertise in violence and suicide assessment. And so he sits down and takes charge of this meeting and talks with him. This scale, this score that's used, this guy helped implement it in New York. If there's an article written about Vasa, he's one of the authors. This guy tells him he hates sheeple, a combination of sheep and people, and shepherds. In response to questions, he says he's been reading Nietzsche, Kaczynski, and the Tylenol terrorist. But he denies suicidal thoughts, he denies having any targets, and he agrees to come back for more counseling, which is a sign of stability, as well as his ongoing performance in class. Dr. Feinstein says, would you consider taking an antipsychotic drug maybe later? But he won't agree. He says, I'm not studying for prelims. He says, I've been playing video games about 100 hours for the past 2 weeks. And in response to their questioning, he says, but you know what? I'm prepared enough. I know what I'm doing. I've done this before. I'll be fine. And they schedule a visit for June the 11th, 2012. And now it's June. James, how's studying going? I still don't really know what to study because it's not like a class. But he continues to work out at 24 Hour Fitness, continues to shop for food, and do all the other things. He even emails the video game people and says, hey, can you roll back my account so that I can get a little more time playing the video games? He buys those handcuffs we showed on June the 6th using that USAA credit card, the one he's going to use to lock the double doors to increase the casualties, online. He begins to research tire puncturing devices, and this is what he finds. These are screen captures from his computer. And sure enough, he buys them on June the 6th. In case I had to get away in a pursuit. He also buys a first aid dressing. That's if I got shot, because he knows what he's going to do will get people to want to shoot him. On June 7th, he does the prelims. He goes in, and he doesn't do well. He texts back and forth to the girl. She says, oh my God, I'm done with prelims. He says, oh my God, I'm done with prelims. How'd things go? He says, I think I got about 50% of the questions right. She thinks he's joking. He then starts to take on one of the professors, Carl Fenninger, and says, hey, did he ask you about what this answer was? And she says, sure. And he's pissed off. He said, yeah, I thought vesicles too, which is the right answer. But he just jumped in, started giving me a lecture. Later that day, he would go to Gander Mountain, not the one near his house, but up in Thornton, to buy an AR-15 assault rifle. And that's him by the counter taking a look at it. Another view. There it is by the theater. He then gets an email 2 days later from Suk saying, hey, listen, there's concerns regarding your performance on these prelims. You're going to have to take them again. We need to talk about this. Right after that, he emails his dad, who wants to know how they've gone. Not much news here. He emails his mom about the weather. There was some hail. Tornado didn't really touch down here. That girl and he begin talking again through text. Did you pass the prelims? No. I'm probably going to quit. She's like, stop. That can't be true. Really? I'm being serious. He says, I'm being James, playfully. He says, I'm quitting. Fave red, because she has red hair. Favorite red hair. Best of luck to you. He then decides he's going to quit, and he goes see Suk. And he says, I think I'm going to withdraw. Suk sends him an email and says, you know what, I'm disappointed, but as you've indicated, it's in your best interest to leave the program. That's it. No PhD, no scientist. And what he later tells Dr. Reed is he's bummed because nobody tried to talk me out of quitting. He then has an appointment, his last appointment with Dr. Fenton and Dr. Feinstein. He announces, I'm quitting. I'm leaving the school. I failed my prelims. I didn't like the program anyway. They begin to do an assessment on him. What risk is he to himself or others? He says he thinks he's going to quit and look for a job. They ask him about his finances, another stressor that could be indicative. And he says, you know what, I don't have any student loan debt. I've got $10,000 in the bank. My parents said they'll support me. Frankly, my lease isn't up till November. I'll at least stick around till then. I'm not going to break that lease. Had his parents' support. And they feel like, okay, he's still stable. But they say, keep coming back. We'd be happy to meet with you. He says, nope, I'm quitting the program, so the insurance is gone. They say, don't worry about that. We'll figure it out. We'd be happy to still see you. And he just gets up and leaves. Apparently twice. So Dr. Fenton calls Suk, thinking this guy's quit the program. If he's got something, a grudge, maybe it's against them. He calls Suk and says, well, what's your perception of this guy? And Suk says, no problems. He's never been a problem here. He's never shown any signs of violence or danger. So she calls his mom and asks, how's this guy growing up? Has he always been this kind of odd and socially weird? And she says, yes, he has. I've been concerned about him my whole life, but he's not violent. He wouldn't do anything. So once they find out, they say, Jimmy, if you want to come back to San Diego, we're very happy to have you back. And after that email, he knows they know. And he says, I didn't pass. Also didn't seem to have a good lab fit. But honestly, I'd prefer not having to move back to home with you. If only as a last resort to homelessness, because he remembers what it was like at home. He then provides them with 2 alternate emails, because he's losing the CU email that they've been emailing him at. June 13th, he starts buying ammunition, and a lot of it. 100 rounds of AR, 40 caliber ammunition, 500 rounds, 25 rounds. He buys hearing protection, so when he goes to the range to learn how to shoot these weapons, he doesn't hurt his ears. He buys 2 40-round magazines. He gets a laser sight, which you find on that gun on the hood of that car. His dad says, I'm wondering, son, you might be eligible for unemployment benefits based on what you were doing at CU. Maybe you should apply. He writes back, thanks, Dad. Glad you're over your cold, and I hope you have a good trip to Monterey. And sure enough, the next day, he applies for unemployment benefits. And he gives answers on these unemployment benefits about why he quit school. He says he sought counseling from student health to make these problems better, but he couldn't. He attempted to change his demeanor to be more socially and be more articulate. However, he couldn't make the change. He's pursuing other interests and has a lack of passion for the research subjects. Lack of interest, duties were too social. He has different perspectives on scientific research. He sends an email to his mom confirming, hey, I sent in the application for unemployment benefits to be a lazy bum. Nothing else new going on. He then starts buying targets. 2 days later, he buys laser sights, 10 handgun magazines from Brownells. He buys a right-handed holster. He buys a bullet blocker jacket. He then emails Dad. Hey, there's Dad emails him. We're back from Monterey. I think it takes a few weeks to get unemployment, son. Don't worry. Then his mom emails him and says, hey, I'm taking Spanish this summer. And he responds with an apartment full of all of these implements of death. Hey, that's good news, and responds in Spanish. Hasta la vista, baby, Santiago. They have no reason to suspect anything is going on, and it's 30 days before the massacre. He emails his dad. They denied the claim, Dad. Another failure. Unemployment didn't work out either. He goes to King Soopers to just buy food. And he uses that Point Loma credit card that Mom and Dad can access and see what he's doing. He buys produce, eggs, yogurt, spaghetti, pork chops, all things that are normal that he makes at home. He gets $200 cash. His mom says, have you watched Breaking Bad? He says, yeah, I watched it. It was funny. I thought it was a witty series. Later, he buys a helmet to use to protect him. She asks about fires. He responds, no fires here. He then goes out and buys a case for his rifle and another 1,000 rounds of ammunition here, 500 there, 500 more for the assault rifle, 1,000, 50, 1,000. And then he takes his rent check for June the 29th, the last rent check he'll ever write, and he goes and hand delivers it to the leasing agency without any issue or any concern. He tries to buy ballistic chaps to protect his legs from bullets, but he fails. He ends up being able to get them done a few days later in July. At about the end of June, early July, he dyes his hair red. It has nothing to do at all with the movie or being the Joker. He says, I didn't really have a reason for dyeing my hair, to Dr. Reed. Said I did it to stand out, I guess, to be like exotic, I guess. He dyed it red because I thought it would look better than green or blue. He then goes on July 1st and buys more food at the King Soopers. In fact, there he is in the lower right-hand corner, hanging out in line, waiting to pay for his food. Later that day, he buys a rifle scope and more ammunition. This is him at the Gander Mountain going to buy it. He continues to work out in July at least a couple times before he goes to perform this massacre. He also then goes to the Byers Canyon Range. On his computer, he has looked up where to go. He picks the Byers shooting range because it's 2.5 hours away. Not suspicious at all. It's unsupervised. He likes that. He goes there about 5 different times, and he talks about buying the specialty earmuffs. He says, I practiced on life-size silhouettes. I would even move side to side to shoot at the targets. I even tried standing up and crouching down a couple times so he could master these weapons. He inserted the magazines and reloaded that and practiced doing that. At the gun range, he'd even put gloves on as well. He would go and practice in each designated area and stay there until he'd exhausted all of his ammunition. But now he had to buy body armor because I wanted to be protected in case it came to a shootout between me and the police. So he starts buying these things. Vests, more magazines, magazine pouch, another knife, ballistic chaps, the ones he couldn't buy before, neck protection, arm protection, Kevlar groin protection. There's 2 pieces to that. By the time he gets into that theater on July the 20th, there is not a millimeter of flesh that isn't covered by some protective armor or piece of clothing. But he also buys some clamps. These clamps that he's going to use for a tablecloth, he manufactures into the device he uses to keep the exit from the theater from locking behind him when he goes out to get dressed in his kill suit with his weapons while the previews are playing. He says he makes his online purchases based on price. He says that the in-store purchases were based on proximity to his apartment. On July the 2nd, he buys some contact lenses. They're black lenses that would make your eye look like it was just all pupil. He tells Dr. Reed, I bought them because I thought they'd look cool. They don't show up until the day of the shooting. Back to King Soopers, he now starts buying a lot of styrofoam cups, Pennzoil motor oil, batteries, in addition to food items. Those are things he'll use to booby trap his apartment. The styrofoam is for napalm. He then goes to a FedEx store to pick up all that ammunition he had purchased that we saw a few days before. Multiple trips in and out of the store without incident. More styrofoam cups on July the 3rd. He starts buying the things he needs for that remote control launch explosive system. These shells, clips, missile tubes, ball shells, fuses, launch control receiver, and expedited shipping. He even goes back and forth in email with the guy that's selling him one of these things, saying, "Are you sure you don't want the battery also?" And he responds after this email saying, "Hey Dad, not much going on here. Have a happy 4th of July." He responds, "You're right. I did want this other device. Thank you." But on July 4th, this is his last communication with Dad. That S-321 firing system buys it that day as well. Now, John Larimer was an active duty Navy petty officer, 3rd class. He came to the theater on July the 2nd or July the 20th, 2012 with friends, good friends from the Navy, and one civilian friend. Jesse Childress was in the Air Force, had served in the Army. Both he and John had been working in cryptology at Buckley Air Force Base. He paid for the tickets for his friends. He was a huge superheroes fan. He was going to school at DeVry and had hoped to do something more with his life. More emails confirming the charger and detonation system, and more purchases using PayPal for all the things he'll need to blow up his apartment. On the 5th of July, he asks in his adult friend finder caption, the one that goes apparently across the top, "Will you visit me in prison?" To set up Adult Friend Finder and the other adult dating sites that he uses, he creates a new set of email addresses. His other email addresses had been dsherlockb at Hotmail or dsherlockb@gmail. The Sherlock in reference to his name, Holmes. The D and the B mirror images of each other. But now he goes with classic Jimbo. On July the 5th, he uploads this pic to Match.com, and he will later join a couple other sites using that same email address, these same dating sites. One he joins and changes his mind and asks to have it canceled. Adult Friend Finder agrees with his profile, so does HornyMatches.com. On the 5th, he submits this picture to Match.com, and then again the next day to Adult Friend Finder. That day, the 6th, he goes out and buys his second handgun, more ammunition, more targets, more supplies. This is him at that store waiting to be served. On July the 7th, he makes his first of 3 ticket purchases. He's trying to get into Auditorium 9, Theater 9, but every time he closes out the purchase, it puts him in Theater 8. This is his first attempt to get Theater 9, and he uses the MasterCard. That girl reaches out to him. "Hey, are you back in California already?" He says to her, with all of that in his apartment. "Nope, still have a couple of months on the Colorado apartment lease." Then he says, "Have you ever met someone with dysphoric mania?" She says, "No," but she looks it up. She says, "That seems like it's probably manageable." He says, "Look, you should avoid me. I'm bad news bears." She says, "I looked it up. Are you okay?" And he says, "Yep." Then he gets the Bluetooth headphones from Best Buy, the iPod that will play the techno music. On the 11th, he submits this picture to Match.com that he's photoshopped. He tells William Reed, "I kind of felt like that picture would make me look more desirable, seeing me with someone like that." He then changes that profile and his dating headline to, "Will you visit me in prison?" also. He also talks about himself in the profile he updates. "I'd prefer listening to you. Talking, not so much. First things people notice about me are typically my soul-penetrating eyes." Wow, that's deep. He talks about thinking about the future. Mind equals blown. He likes to stay at home. watch Netflix. He updates his profile on Adult Friend Finder. Back to the computer, he begins to research window tinting laws in Colorado. What are the limitations? Because then the next day he goes to O'Reilly to buy window film. Easy install to install it, a sunshade, gas can, oil, more styrofoam cups, batteries, air fresheners to mask the smell of gasoline in his apartment. And then he goes to King Soopers to buy his food, including salmon, steak, chicken, Jolly Ranchers. His dad reaches out to him. We would love to come see you, Jim. Love to come see you the weekend of August the 10th or 12th. If you have something going on, we can try to make it a different time. And in what we believe to be his last email back to them, 8 days before this massacre, he says, I don't have any plans for that weekend. His second attempt to buy the movie ticket, also a failure. The third attempt, on July the 17th, he now uses PayPal. And you know what he decides? That's it. It doesn't matter what it says on the ticket. He just goes, gets in, and goes right to the theater that he wants. He buys batteries, his last outside purchase, last login for Match.com. These are pictures taken off his phone of the back of the theater that he emailed himself on the 18th of July, including the doors that can go in and be locked. In his apartment, he begins to set up the booby traps. We find on his computer this image, a story, where police found an arsenal in someone's home. They booby-trapped the house. We also find in his computer research about how to make bombs. He takes this picture, emails it to himself on the 18th of July. He goes to the science store and he buys glycerin, and he buys magnesium, and all sorts of chemicals. He does research on potassium permanganate, black powder, potassium permanganate, and gasoline. How to set up that transmitter to make it work. How to use the 1/4-inch fuse, and there's the box, the remote detonation box that he'll use. He then goes to Best Buy. This is actually his last purchase, I believe, and he goes and buys a remote control vehicle. He buys a boom box, and then he buys some Duracell batteries to make it all work. And he buys some CDs. This is him leaving that Best Buy. Last login for Adult Friend Finder is July the 18th. He then takes some selfies of himself. He got those black contacts. He says the black contact lenses just happened to arrive on the day of the shooting. And he takes these pictures with his phone. He tells Dr. Metzner he thought they would look good to whoever viewed them. He said to Dr. Reed, well, you know, it's unusual to have dyed hair like that and contact lenses like that. It's more likely that I'd be remembered. People will remember something unusual than something mundane. He sets out on his bed all of the implements of death that he has purchased and acquired over those 2.5 months. And he says, I tested it first. Just wearing it with all the magazines in their places, everything in the gun, the slings, just to make sure I knew how to do it. He looks at himself in the mirror with all of it on. He takes this picture. Tells Dr. Reed a person seeing him would see someone dangerous, which was important. Because you don't want 400 people rushing you, and it's quite easy. They could have overwhelmed him. He then uses his phone to look up for the New York Times how to post an op-ed piece and a picture, although he never ends up doing it. Matt McQuinn worked at Target. He lived with his girlfriend, who he wanted very much to marry, and her brother. He also loved superheroes and came to this movie with the full expectation in the future that he would marry that girl that was with him. Jonathan Blanc was 24. He is the married father of 2. He'd been in the Navy and was hoping to get back in as a Navy SEAL, but in the meantime, he was installing hardwood floors. He went with a friend, and they sat towards the side of the theater where the exit was. This guy, on the eve of committing this massacre, mails that detailed notebook that you'll see. And he mails it to Dr. Lynn Fenton. And the stamps he chooses to mail it to her are the American Scientist series of stamps. greatest mass murder in our memory was intended to be far worse. But 4 providential things kept that from happening. A second-guessing neighbor, a fumbled tear gas canister, a jammed assault rifle, and heroes. At his apartment before he leaves, he sets up this tripwire. It's some sort of a fish wire that he stretches across the floor. Yes, that's his apartment. He has covered the floor in gasoline and oil. There's a thin wire that you may be able to make out there that stretches right once the door is open, right across. It goes to this thermos. Inside that thermos is a bottle of glycerin. When that wire is pulled, that tips over and pours the glycerin into that pan that you see at the bottom. And that pan is coated with potassium permanganate. And the chemical reaction that occurs between glycerin and potassium permanganate is a flash fire that will likely catch the floor on fire. But there's a fuse that sticks out of that pan too. There's that. And that fuse, we'll see where the fuse goes. He's also coated the floor in a type of chloride that's going to create some sort of a smoke to deter people from coming in to try to put the fire out. Thank you. 500 grams of ammonium chloride powder is on the floor, and he spread it all over. That fuse goes to each of these 3 jars in succession. Here's one on a chair. This jar with the fuse in it, the fuse goes to the top, a bowl that contains thermite that he made in his apartment. Inside the jar, you can see black powder, black gunpowder, smokeless gunpowder. Below it, bullets. Below that, napalm that he made in his apartment using that styrofoam and gasoline. When the fuse goes to burn the thermite, to those devices, there's got to be another way to trigger that apartment. Before we get there, I should tell you too that he's got magnesium. He's broken up, and he sprinkled it all over the floor. Magnesium fires are made worse by water, and they put off lethal hydrogen gas. So if anybody wanted to come and try to put out that fire and put water on it, they would only make it exponentially more deadly and worse. But he had detonation redundancy. You can't count on someone coming and opening that door. So he had this launch control box. That ends up getting blown up by a water cannon by the heroes that try to figure out how to dismantle this stuff without burning down the building. Remember that remote control car he bought at Best Buy? He goes out to a dumpster by the corner of his place, and he puts it down. There's a white trash bag. He puts the boom box down there. He has pre-recorded the disc to play dead silence for 40 minutes. And at the end of 40 minutes, it will kick on with loud music intended to attract attention. And someone will come along and find the remote control car and the remote. But that remote doesn't go to that car. That remote goes to the detonation system in his apartment. And he puts it by the dumpster. Now before he takes off, and I should tell you, he set up his computer in the apartment to do the same thing but at a different time. At about 25 minutes, loud music would blast through the apartment, summoning people to the apartment. He takes a Vicodin, and he does that because he's afraid he might get hurt, and the Vicodin will make it less painful. He leaves for the theater. It's around midnight, and that music starts blasting. Neighbor from number 6 is down there with her boyfriend, and she remembers being woken up by it and thinking, what is going on? And she goes upstairs, and she pounds on the door. No response. She kicks the door. No response. She reaches down for the doorknob, and it is unlocked. But something tells her, don't open the door. She doesn't. And she goes back downstairs, and she tells her boyfriend, and they call the police. But the police aren't coming because they're somewhere else. They're at the theater. That was our first providential act. He gets to the theater and he parks in the back. Nobody parks in the back. This area on the lower right. He parks by that door that's going to give him, what am I doing? He parks right here. See where that white car is? That's it. And it's going to give him access to this door right down here. There are limited exits here, 2 on the sides that you have to come down a long hallway to get to, and one very narrow, not often used door at the top. He parks down there. He walks around the building to get into the front to use his ticket. He's wearing his ballistic chaps. He goes in. This is him. And he's showing his Fandango ticket purchase to the guy at the counter, and he says, dude, you gotta go use this other machine to get it done. And so he does. It's on the right-hand side. And once he gets his ticket approved, he goes and hangs out in the concession area for a while, surrounded by the people he may end up shooting only minutes later. Remember Veronica? She came to the theater with her mom after the pizza party. I don't have any home movies of her at 6. I don't have any movies of her playing with her friends or her parents or looking like a sweet little girl. What I have is this. This is video of her walking by the concessions area at night with those girls that were babysitting her. He takes a seat near the front. He pretends to use his cell phone so that he doesn't draw any attention, and he goes out back and he uses that clip that he made to keep the door from closing and locking behind him. He sets up in his car. Remember the heavily tinted windows? He puts in he bought a window shade. He puts it up, and he starts the process of getting all of his armament on and his weapons. He hears somebody come outside and go by the trash cans nearby, and when he's asked about it by one of the independently selected doctors, he says, I thought it was probably a worker from the theater. But what would you have done if he had looked in the car? He says, I'd have shot him. But he doesn't look in the car. He puts the wireless headphones on, cranks up the techno music to the highest possible volume so he doesn't have to hear it because it wouldn't be personal that way. He then goes to the back door and he places a phone call to the CU Hospital General Switchboard, and you'll hear that call. And as soon as someone answers it, he just hangs up. But the second providential act happens, and he fumbles one of the 2 canisters of tear gas. And remember, there are 2 ground level exits. He can't find it in all of his gear. It had rolled under his car. He goes back in. He waits for a moment by the door, though. Goes in. This is this view right here from the theater down to where he walks in. It's like 15 or 20 minutes into the movie. He starts with the shotgun, and he begins to pull the trigger. This shotgun. Boom! A.J. Boyk, who had been sitting with his fiancée, is hit and killed as 14 pellets penetrate his brain. Boom! Our Air Force soldier, Jesse Childress, who had come with his friends and purchased their tickets. He, too, is hit by the shotgun blast, and it rips through his lungs, heart, and organs, and he dies. Gordon Cout, our 51-year-old single father, boom. And he dies next to his daughters. Rebecca Wingo, 32, single mom of 2 girls. Boom. But she gets hit with the shotgun, and when he puts the shotgun down and goes to the rifle, she gets hit with the rifle as well. Jessica Gawi, our would-be reporter. Now, I don't have a picture to show of her right now because she gets taken out of the theater. And that's one you should only have to see once. But she doesn't make it. John Larimer, our Navy sailor, he's shot and killed by that rifle. Bullet rips through all of his organs, comes out of his body, enters his arm, and breaks his radial bone in his arm. His friends from the Navy that are there, they try to pull him out of the theater, but they can't do it because he's dead. And so they pull him as far as they can, and he ends up being propped up at the bottom of the stairs before they have to leave him. Michaela Medic, the 24-year-old subway worker who graduated high school early and found those much better seats up towards the top of the theater, she too takes a blast to the head, and she dies in that theater. He says, Dr. Metzner, I shot at people trying to get away. I shot at people trying to flee the theater, to try to go out the exits, to make sure that others wouldn't follow. Angiat Mora and his wife and 17-year-old son were there, and he shot each of them as they tried to flee from that theater. But they lived, and you'll get to hear from them. Rita Pauline is his wife, and his son is Prodeo. Farah Sudani, the Red Robin worker, remember? She gets shot and is eviscerated. Her organs pour out of her, and she needs to have help holding them in as first responders come and take her away. The back of her leg is also shot. It's missing a huge chunk of it now, and you'll see that. Alex Sullivan, Sully, there for his birthday. Big man, one round, goes right into his heart, and he dies right there. Alexander Teebs, Tom and Karen's son, hoping to get married to Amanda with them. He's shot in the head, a horrible wound, and he dies in that theater too. Jonathan Blunk, our would-be sailor, our would-be member of the SEALs, also died in that theater from gunshot wounds that ripped through his head and his body. Jonathan was there with his friend, and he had draped himself over her, and the bullets that killed him came from behind, one through the back left of his skull, perforating his brain, the other through his lower left back, perforating most of his major organs. Matt McQuinn, who'd gotten a seat pretty close to the front of the portion where the railing is, but not at the front of the theater. He's shot more times than almost anybody else. His legs are shot multiple times. He's shot multiple times throughout his body, and just falls in this horrible way and dies right there. Caleb Medley. Caleb Medley, our aspiring comedian. Caleb Medley is shot in the face, and he loses his eye, and there's blood pouring out of his head, and his 9-month pregnant wife thinks he's dying. She takes a cup of water, and she pours it on his face during a lull in the fighting to try to help him. When the first responders get there, they grab her and say, "We gotta go, we gotta go." She thinks he's dead or dying. She kisses him on the head, and she says, "I will raise our son." She ends up going to the hospital to deliver the baby that day, and 2 floors above her, he's having life-saving brain surgery. You'll see Caleb tomorrow. Aiden Avila Arredondo came to the theater with, I believe, a wife and other members of his church. His wife was the one that left those flip-flops by the AR-15 you saw at the door. He got shot in the leg. He didn't just lose the flip-flop, they would end up having to take the foot as well. But then our third providential act, that assault rifle jams. 65 rounds into a 100-round drum. It jams, and you can see the drum on the right, and he can't fix it. It is chaos around him, death, people fleeing, and he walks to go down the hallway in the theater to find the light so that he can work on the jam, but he can't. So he drops the 100-round magazine, and he tries to use one of his 40-round magazines, but he still can't clear the jam. So he dumps the AR-15 outside, having left unfired 218 additional rounds that he'd brought. Dumps these magazines right here. He then goes to his handgun and he fires off 5 rounds with that 40 caliber Glock, just at people. That's what the FBI did for theater number 9. They tried to match the trajectory of all the shots that guy fired out of the corner of that theater, moving up and around. This is a view from the front and where some of those rounds struck. But they didn't just go through seats, they went through walls. And as he shot at people, and I should tell you this because I forgot to, he takes one of those tear gas canisters when he first comes in and wings it at this exit over in that area. He doesn't have the second one to close off the other exit. But people try to go, and he shoots, and it goes through the walls, and it goes into theater number 8. And you will hear from people who were shot in the face and in their body from bullets that went through theater 9 into theater number 8. Here's the rods that are their trajectories. And he went to this gun right here. That 4th Providential Act, and the one I can't do it justice standing here with the few minutes I have left, are heroes. The men and women of the Arvada Police Department, the Aurora Fire Department, and the first responders who came and saved lives, who came and held Farah Soudani together until she could get to the hospital, who drove people around over curbs and yards and rocks to rush them from places that ambulances and fire trucks could not get, and they saved lives, keeping this body count relatively low. And you'll hear from them. Remember Ashley Mosier? She's there with her 6-year-old daughter, her boyfriend, the 2 13-year-olds. When the shooting starts, she reaches for her daughter, tries to force her to the ground, but she collapses because she's been shot and paralyzed, and she miscarries that baby. And little 6-year-old Veronica Mosier, that guy shot her 4 times. 4 times. I'm not going to show you those pictures either, because you should only have to see those ones. Police try to get her out of that theater and save her life, but they can't. When we're done getting all of these horrific details, when we've heard all there is to hear, I'm going to come back and stand in front of you right here. And I'm going to ask you to reject that guy's claim that he didn't know right from wrong, that he didn't have the ability to form the intent to act or plan or deliberate or premeditate. And I'm going to come right here and ask you to hold him accountable for murdering 12 people and trying to murder 70 others. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Breckler. Members of the jury, let's take a break. Before we do, I want to remind you that all of the admonishments that I have given you multiple times apply during each and every break. You may be tempted to want to talk during the break about the proceedings. You have to resist the temptation to do that. You cannot talk about the case. Talk about other things. You cannot talk about the case or about anything happening in these proceedings. Is everybody clear on that? And everybody's not in their head yes. The other thing that I mentioned before, which I'll repeat again, is that You're not allowed to start forming opinions about the case. Remember, you have to keep an open mind throughout the case. And remember also what I've said before, that Mr. Holmes is presumed innocent, and that presumption of innocence remains with him and has to be given effect by the jury throughout the trial. All right, with those advisements in mind and the other ones that I gave you before, which I'm not going to repeat again, but are equally important, let's take a 20-minute break at this time, okay?
Multi-Office All-in-One Place Essentials Pack Plus, Business Edition Gold. Software that can do everything. You can compose documents, develop spreadsheets, create presentations, update your company's Facebook page, micromanage projects, read today's paper, edit home movies, open and close your garage door, all in the same application. Why be laser focused on just one thing when you could be regular focused on 216?
Chef Elon Hall returns on Esquire Network's Night Fight. This kitchen is going to get wrecked, and he's shaking things up. Might want to stand back. This season, America's punk rock cooking show isn't just moving to a new city. Welcome to the Corval, Brooklyn. It's getting a whole new makeover, tournament style. So we can crown the ultimate beef of beef. 16 of New York's best chefs battle it out, and there can only be one winner. By the way, I serve lots of vegetarian dishes in my restaurant. The prize? Well, it's still just bragging rights. Let's go! Brooklyn! And a cheap $3 night. Absolute carnage going on here in Night Fight. Oh yeah, and we're gonna cook an alligator. Yes, an alligator. You guys are crazy! Night Fight! Night Fight returns May 26th on Esquire Network.
Please be seated, everyone. The record should reflect that the jury has joined us again. Welcome back, folks. At this time, let me inquire of the defense to see if there is an opening statement on behalf of Mr. Holmes. Mr. King?
Yes, please, Your Honor.
All right, you may proceed.
James Holmes' notebook, written in the weeks right before the shooting. We one unity. As such, there is no difference between life and death or space-time. All things, actions, and phenomena are not multiple ripples. Instead, the universe is a single unitary preponderance of which we are each part of. This may be unfathomable to some and result in the seeking of escapism and attempt at redactionisms of unity into fractured entities. To me, this unity is infinitely complex. Much more preferable is a simple system. Unity through nil. Why? 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 Why does the value of a person even matter? If life has no value, all is just. Life and death are not demarcated. Any and all actions have no impact on anything. Moral imbeciles are those who side with zero or negative infinity. The ideals of society are founded on positive infinity. Why? Why? Why do persons commit to zero or negative infinity? All men are created equal, and all men are uncreated equal. But in between, there is inequality. Why? Multiplying both sides of an equation by zero when mankind can't find truth, untruth is converted to truth via violence times zero. Problem equals question mark. Zero times problem equals question mark times zero. Based on an incorrect theorem, zero equals zero. Problem solved. I have spent my entire life seeking this alternative so that the questions of how to live and what to live for may be addressed. When James Holmes stepped into that theater in July of 2012, he was insane. His mind had been overcome by a disease of the brain that had plagued him and pursued him for years. In his words, I have fought for years and years to overcome my biology. But in the end, when florid psychosis erupted in 2012, he lost that struggle. He lost that struggle in his mind to a disease called schizophrenia. And he was not in control. He was not in control of his thoughts. He was not in control of his actions. He was not in control of what he perceived to be reality, but was in fact not reality, but psychotic delusion. By the time Mr. Holmes stepped into that theater, his perception of reality was so skewed, was so malformed, that he no longer lived in the world that we live in. the same reality. But to him, it seemed as real as this seems to you right now. He was pursued, he was commanded, and he was compelled. Pursued by psychotic delusions that controlled him and told him that he had to do this act. Commanded by intrusive thoughts, unwanted thoughts that would come into his brain telling him to kill. Since he was a sophomore in high school. And finally, when the psychosis really bloomed, he was compelled. He was compelled to act. There was no choice to be made. Through his psychosis, he felt as if he was possessed. There were no other options. There were no choices. There was no rational consciousness operating. This is not the conscious choice of a rational mind. This is about a brain disease, a diseased mind, and about the power of psychotic delusion and how it can take everything away from a person. How it can take away the person's ability to form their own intentions and their own desires and replace them with the commands of the delusion. It's about how it can take away from somebody the ability to perceive and understand reality, and therefore the ability to understand and perceive and distinguish between what's right and what's wrong. Ladies and gentlemen, I stand before you on a very sad occasion. And with your permission, I humbly ask that I be allowed to discuss with you, first, a little bit about how you should approach this solemn duty that you are embarking on, and a little bit about the roles in the law that would apply to your decision making. And second, with the help of Ms. Spangler, I want to describe for you a little bit about what our presentation during the course of this trial will be. Because the story Mr. Brockler told you is not the whole story. It's only a part of the story. My name is Daniel King, and I, along with my colleagues, Catherine Spangler, Tamara Brady, Rebecca Higgs, Kristen Nelson, represent Mr. James Holmes. At the end of this trial, I too will stand before you, and all I will ask, all I'm going to ask, is that you accept reality. A reality that the prosecution has chosen not to accept because it doesn't suit their purposes. The reality is mental illness. But I'm concerned. And I think we need to talk about that further. The magnitude of what took place in that theater as a human event is impossible for us to even comprehend. The suffering and the pain that have been endured and continue cannot be quantified and cannot be qualified. And I'm not going to try to do that. We're social creatures, And when something like this happens, it strikes down deep inside our human core. We feel sad. We feel angry. We want to stand for our way of life, for our community. The ripples of effect of this event extend out in every direction. To the community, to the first responders, to the treatment providers, and mostly to those whose lives were irrevocably changed or ended, or those who had loved ones whose lives ended just because they chose to attend a movie. These feelings are human and natural and right for us to feel as human beings. But ladies and gentlemen, I am concerned because that river runs deep. And you're not just human beings, you're now jurors. And you've sworn an oath. And part of that oath, as the judge just instructed you, is that neither sympathy nor prejudice may affect your deliberations. I don't know how you're going to do that. You're being asked to set aside fundamental human emotions. I don't know how you're going to do that. But that's your task. Ladies and gentlemen, I'm concerned because as I stand before you now, I feel a great wave of pain and emotion from this community and from these victims. Such a flood of pain that nothing can stand in its way in this case. What I'm going to suggest to you through the course of this trial is that when the flood waters rise, the only thing to do is to move above the waterline together. There is the fortress of the law. Here is the fortress of the law. And here, in this space, you will make the decisions, the life-changing decisions that you're being asked to make. There is no room in the fortress of the law for hatred. There is no room for retribution or vengeance. The law commands that you decide one thing and one thing only, that you fairly and rationally consider all the evidence in the case or the lack of evidence, and you decide at the end of the day whether the prosecution has proven to your satisfaction beyond any reasonable doubt that Mr. Holmes was not insane when he stepped into that movie theater. Not whether mass murder is wrong, not how badly the victims were harmed, not about gun control, not about mental health treatment. Not here. Not here in the fortress of the law. You'll be instructed that in making your decision beyond reasonable doubt, you're to consider this as if it were a matter of importance to yourself. And you should. Because this is a matter of utmost importance to the victims, to the community, and to Mr. Holmes and his family. We all have roles here. And the judge is here to instruct you on what the law is. The prosecutors are advocates. Do not forget that. They seek the conviction and death of James Holmes, and nothing else. And I'm concerned because the prosecutor representing the government, your government, just stood before you and talked about the horrors of what took place in the movie theater. And I saw the impact on your faces. And he talked about the vast amount of evidence that they're going to present about what took place in the movie theater and at the apartment. But nothing that took place there is contested by the defense. Mr. Holmes has entered a plea of not guilty by reason of insanity, essentially admitting that he was the person in the theater pulling the trigger. Nevertheless, apparently, based on what we've just heard, we're going to be presented with days and days, perhaps weeks, of testimony and evidence about what happened in that theater. And when you hear that evidence, understand that we're not contesting, and ask why it's being presented. I, too, am an advocate. When this is over, you can grade my paper of performance, and I hope I get a passing score. Our role here is to insist that Mr. Holmes be treated fairly and be afforded a certain amount of human dignity as a human being who's suffering from a severe mental illness called schizophrenia. As I said to you before, the way above the waterline in this case is the way of understanding. The road to higher ground in this case is the path of the truth. We, the defense, in this case, have been doggedly pursuing the truth since the 20th of July, 2012, and we continue to do so. We, the defense, are not afraid of the truth in this case. We accept the truth, and we will ask you to do the same. So let's talk about the truth of mental illness. We talked about this in jury selection, and I want to clear up a couple definitions so that we all are on the same page. Schizophrenia, or schizophrenia spectrum disorder, as all of the experts in this case have diagnosed Mr. Holmes with, is a brain disease. It's a brain disease just as cancer is a body disease. It's inherited. People don't choose schizophrenia. It comes in their genes, just like a propensity for heart disease or cancer is inherited genetically. It's a psychotic disease, which is all the psychiatrists have diagnosed Mr. Holmes with the psychotic disease. Psychosis is a break with reality. It's a reflection that the person is not basing their decisions upon reality, but is basing their decisions and their thoughts upon internal stimuli. But the person doesn't perceive that. The person perceives it as being real and logical, even though it's not. Psychosis has several symptoms: disorganized speech and thought. Hallucinations are when someone sees or hears things that aren't there, but they perceive them as being real. Mr. Holmes suffered from hallucinations, and you'll hear about that. And finally, the most powerful of all is delusions. Delusions are fixed false beliefs that are maintained in the face of overwhelming evidence to the contrary. So someone may have a delusion that the FBI is spying on them, or they may have a delusion that someone loves them when they don't, or they may have a delusion that they're being controlled by aliens. And in the face of overwhelming evidence that this is not true, they persist in that belief. Why? Because to them it is as real as the sun rising in the morning. We heard a lot about the planning that went into this. And there's a common misconception, I think, that says people with mental illnesses cannot plan. Mr. Holmes could not possibly have been insane because look at what he was able to do. You will be told by the psychiatrist that there is nothing inconsistent between mental illness and planning. People who have severe mental illnesses think, plan, act, live. The question is not can they plan, but what are they planning for? Is it a logical, goal-oriented objective? Or is it an illogical, delusional objective that makes no sense? That's the crucible of insanity, not planning. There's an inclination, I think, that when something terrible happens to insist that somebody has to be to blame. And mental illness can sure sound like an excuse. But in this case, it's not. The illness is real. It can overwhelm lives. There will be no doubt in your minds by the end of this trial that Mr. Holmes is severely mentally ill. None. In the 32 months since he's been incarcerated, he's been evaluated and treated in person by more than 20 doctors. 20 doctors. These are psychiatrists, psychologists, the team of doctors that treated him when he had to be hospitalized at Denver General for psychosis, neuropsychologists, neuropsychiatrists, the doctors from the state hospital in Pueblo, doctors appointed by the court, doctors hired by the defense. Every single one of them agrees of two things. Number one, Mr. Holmes suffers from a serious psychotic mental illness that shapes and forms his thoughts and actions. And number two, Mr. Holmes is not malingering. Malingering means faking. Mr. Holmes has undergone hours and hours of interrogation. Every psychological test that you can imagine, every neuropsychological test that you can imagine, every measure of faking, lying, you name it, that the world of psychiatry and psychology has to offer. And every single clinician who has actually seen Mr. Holmes will tell you there is no evidence that he's faking anything, and there is ample evidence that he's not faking anything. Mr. Brockler talked to you about some inconsistencies that he perceived between the things that Mr. Holmes said to different doctors. The doctors will tell you these are not differences. They will tell you that these are not significant and do not mean that he's not telling the truth. Ladies and gentlemen, all we're asking in this case is that you accept the reality of mental disease and you can answer all the questions that need answering in this case, including the question of why. Accept the reality that people get sick. As for some, cancer will strike an organ or a limb. For others, schizophrenia will strike at their mind. Accept that those who are suffering from psychosis do not live in the same reality and perceive the same reality that we do. Accept that people don't choose their mental illness or the types of delusions that they suffer from. Accept the fact that a psychotic individual is not making the same kind of choices that the rest of us do. Accept the fact that someone who's suffering from psychosis perceives what's right and what's wrong as they perceive everything else through the psychosis, through that veil. So how should we go about this process of understanding the truth and moving to higher ground? In this case, you're going to hear from a number of different doctors. There are subtle differences in the doctor's opinions. And I liken this to matching paint. I got some paint from my house. It's a red paint. And I go to the paint store and I say, I need to match this paint. It's red. And the expert says, the paint expert says, actually, that's more like a brick, or a rose, or scarlet, or crimson. And I say, well, that looks like red to me. And the expert says, well, it is red. But if you're an expert, you can perceive subtle differences. And perhaps there's another expert in the store, and he comes over and says, I think he may be wrong. That doesn't look so much like brick. It looks more like scarlet to me, a little bit more scarlet. But they all agree that it's a color. They all agree that it's a bright color. And they all agree that it's a red color. That's what we're talking about in this case. Every one of the experts has diagnosed Mr. Holmes with a schizophrenia spectrum disorder. There are different subtle nuances within that range. And we'll talk about that. What the experts will tell you is when you're making a diagnosis, you look at the present symptoms that someone is displaying. And then you try to trace those symptoms back in time to figure out where they came from, to figure out the entire history in order to make an accurate diagnosis of what's going on. So I want to talk to you about the hard evidence of mental illness that describe the nature and depth of Mr. Holmes' brain disease. First, I want to talk to you about the one bookend, the evidence of mental illness since the crime. And then I want to go back in time to his childhood and see if we can discover where this came from and why this happened. And then I'm going to sit down and Ms. Spangler will stand and she will describe for you the psychotic process as it unfolded in Mr. Holmes' mind during 2011 and 2012, that school year. Because as you will hear, schizophrenia lies latent in people. There are signs of it when you're a child or when you're developing through adolescence. But it blossoms into full psychosis when individuals are in their early 20s, the same age that Mr. Holmes was when it happened to him. That's when the psychosis erupts. So what does the disease picture look like now? Ms. Spangler will talk to you about the bookend of before the crime. But I want to touch on just a few things because Mr. Brockler left some important facts out when he described those months. First of all, Mr. Holmes told others Secondly, he sought help. Third, he documented his thoughts and symptoms. He told his friends that he was having thoughts of killing other people. And his girlfriend, Miss Dada, told him he needed to see a psychiatrist. She knew something was wrong. He sought help. He voluntarily went to a psychiatrist and went back again and again and again. And what Mr. Brockler failed to tell you is that this psychiatrist we can add to the list of 20 other doctors, because she felt that he was functioning at a psychotic level back in March of 2012. She felt that he may be shifting into a frank psychotic disorder such as schizophrenia. And he documented in his notebook the delusions that were controlling his mind. And when you read it, you will say, this makes no sense. Dr. Jeffrey Metzner, one of the court-appointed psychiatrists, said that when he first saw the notebook, he described it as being full of a whole lot of crazy. Let's think about this crime as an event. Because when Mr. Holmes stepped into that theater, he is a young man who had never done anything wrong his entire life. He was raised by loving and caring parents in San Diego, California, and Central California. His parents are hardworking, middle-class people who taught him the right things, who took him to church. And he was a good kid. He tried hard. He did well. There's no record of him ever harming anyone that we can find. And we've talked to everybody. There's no record of him manipulating anyone or bullying anyone. He never got a speeding ticket until he came to the state of Colorado. He worked hard. He got good grades. He did the right things and wanted to make something out of himself. He was what we all want our children to be like. Yes. Overruled. You know, Mr. Holmes happens to be Bob and Arlene Holmes' son. But he really could be anyone's. Because schizophrenia doesn't play favorites. And when it strikes, it robs the individual of their reality. That is the person who then, for the first time doing anything wrong in 24 years, steps into this movie theater and commits this unspeakable crime for no reason. The reason is that he has a psychotic delusion that he thinks it will somehow increase his self-worth, his human capital. It's nonsense. But to him, it was so real and so powerful that nothing else mattered. It had to be done. And he threw everything away, not on purpose, but because he was controlled by the delusions. His entire life, his family. He now regrets what took place in the theater. There's no rational explanation for what took place. People do things for reasons, folks. People commit crimes for reasons. Money, revenge, anger, hatred, political, religious reasons, make a statement, maybe they think it's fun. None of those applied to Mr. Holmes. You can run at this from any direction you want, and you will not come up with a reason that makes any sense. Because it doesn't. I find myself, and you will find yourself too, trying to put rational, logical reasons to what's going on. Trying to attribute logic to what Mr. Holmes was thinking. But you can't do that, because there's no logic to it. It's based on delusion and unreality. After the crime took place, Mr. Holmes stepped out of the theater into the parking lot, and he did nothing. He stood there. All of the elaborate planning that had gone on had gone away because he was done. He stood there, and they arrested him. And the officers that arrested him described him as being out of touch, staring off into space, disoriented, dripping with sweat. They described him, when they took him into custody, as offering no resistance whatsoever. Not even normal involuntary muscle resistance, the officers say. It's just totally limp. He's brought to the Aurora Police Department. He's placed in a room. What? Paper bags are put on his hand to preserve evidence. And he's asked, what are these for? And he says, popcorn. Concrete thinking. It's a symptom of schizophrenia. He also repeats back what the officers are saying. Echolalia. It's a symptom of schizophrenia. He also exhibits disorganized behavior with these bags. And you'll be told by the experts that people with schizophrenia exhibit disorganized, nonsensical, even childlike behavior in inappropriate circumstances.
In your hands, but just bear with me, just leave them on there, we'll get them off before we see them again, okay? Yeah. Huh? Just because of those things? What things? We just want to make sure that your hands are protected. Yeah. Do you know what this is for? That's what I'm asking. Huh? What do you think it's for? Popcorn. For popcorn? Yeah. Could be used for popcorn. But not right now.
Left alone for hours. Goes on and on and on. On Monday, July 22nd, Mr. Holmes appeared in court for the first time, and he sat right there with Miss Brady sitting next to him. The way he appeared is the way he was. That was the first time Ms. Brady had ever met Mr. Holmes in court that day. I had met him with Mr. Gondlak on the 20th when he was booked into the county jail. We saw him for about 10 minutes in a holding cell. His appearance speaks for itself. The deputies that you'll see in this video who escorted him to court noticed that he was disoriented, unsteady on his feet, that he seemed to stare off at things in his face, that they had to steady him as he walked down the corridors to the court. One day later, on July 24th, 2012, we retained a neurologist and psychiatrist from the Denver area named Dr. Jonathan Woodcock. And we asked Dr. Woodcock to visit Mr. Holmes in the jail and to tell us what he thought, to report his observations and thoughts. Dr. Woodcock talked with Mr. Holmes about his present symptoms and his history, and he concluded that without any doubt, he thought Mr. Holmes was floridly psychotic at the time. And he gave him a tentative diagnosis at the time of schizoaffective disorder, which is in the schizophrenia spectrum of disorders that I've described. That's still his opinion today. Following that, Mr. Holmes remained isolated in the jail. He saw no one other than the lawyers that visited him and the deputies that fed him. He continued to display odd, nonsensical behaviors. He continued to communicate delusional, psychotic thoughts. He continued with the bizarre behaviors. And while he was in the jail, he continued writing. And he wrote, this is before he was medicated, he wrote a continuation of what you saw in the notebook. And Ms. Spangler will describe these delusions to you in greater detail. But it's an elaborate construct of human capital and a nonsensical construct, a psychotic construct. And all of the beliefs and the thoughts that he had when he was writing in the notebook before the crime, he maintained and still had in the jail. That's a delusion. He still believed that his human capital had been increased. He still does today. That's how powerful this delusion is. He still believes this stuff today, despite the fact that he has been medicated for more than 2 years. And is sitting here listening to me now and has heard all this before. Dr. Gurr, the psychiatrist, will tell you that psychosis is a fluid process, that it can start when we're very young, and you get signs of it, but that even when someone reaches full maturity, there are good days and bad days, good months and bad months. So while Mr. Holmes remained floridly psychotic in the jail, he was basically stable. He was able to eat his meals, take his visitors, read books, and sit on his bed. But in November 2012, things got markedly worse for Mr. Holmes. And the experts will tell you that this was not due to a delirium caused by him not eating and drinking. It will be abundantly clear to you that he ate and drank through this entire time, in addition to be given IV fluids. Rather, experts from Denver General will tell you that he was psychotic, experiences psychiatric symptoms. During this period of time in the jail, he describes later that he was experiencing other psychotic symptoms. Ideas of reference, for one. Ideas of reference are when you attach magical importance to normal events. For him, he thought that President Obama was communicating it to him through the television. When he saw President Obama on the television, President Obama would wink at him or make movements. And from that, he inferred that President Obama knew what had happened in the theater and knew about the human capital ideas and agreed with them. While he was in the jail during this period of time, he experienced hallucinations, both visual and audio hallucinations. He experienced, while in the jail during this period, what are called thought broadcasting. He believed that the others in the jail could read his thoughts and understand what was going on. On November 11th, 2012, deputies observed Mr. Holmes stand on his bed in his cell and fall backwards. He later told experts that this was a trust fall of sorts, and he was expecting to be caught. November 11th, 2012. Inmate seen to assess needs for current suicide or needs. Inmate asked why he was placed on a suicide watch, and he stated, "I'm scared of what I will do." When further asked, he said, "I'm trying to keep it all together." When asked to explain, he said, "The system, all the systems." When asked if he felt like this was a lot for one person to do, he said yes. When asked why he fell backwards off his bed, he looked at the deputy and said, "I do not know if you are real." And the deputy believed him. He appeared authentic and showed what appeared to be nervousness and had a trembling voice. He was brought from that cell to a rubber room called BC5, Behavioral Control 5. This is a room without any furniture. It's a room lined with a hardish plastic. There's no toilet. There's a grate on the floor for the prisoner to urinate or defecate into. The prisoner is stripped of their clothing, and they're given a suicide gown. November 12th, did not come to the door to get breakfast, observed to lie face down on floor with arms under himself and pull at an empty sack bag as if trying to get something out of it. He later was observed to take suicide sack breakfast and toss it down the toilet grate. Remains naked, demonstrating odd behaviors, licking the wall, rearranging the blankets, attempting to open the window. Attempts to communicate are ignored and given a blank stare. Unable to communicate. Ate lunch meat between two flattened cups. Ate the paper, too. Did backward somersaults with a cup balanced on his penis during the trick. Noted to be sucking his thumb and crying. The inmate was carried from one cell to another on a blanket. He was unable to walk. He did not respond verbally. His lips moved as if to speak, but no sound came out. His sclera, his eyes, were bloodshot and tearful. They couldn't get a pulse because of the stiffening of body. He attempted to go into a catatonic state, lying on his stomach with his arms twisted and his legs up in the air, bent at the knees. I observed Holmes lying naked in the cell, November 13th. This is 48 hours. Not covered with the blanket. There were feces in the cell. The smell smelled like urine and old foodstuffs. Due to unsanitary conditions, he was moved. He had fecal matter on his feet and didn't notice. He was taken to Denver General and given a CAT scan. On the way to the hospital, because he kept running his head into the wall. On the way to the hospital, he kept repeating in the ambulance over and over and over again, "You can't teach an old dog new tricks. You can't teach an old dog new tricks. You can't teach an old dog new tricks." He was given an IV in the ambulance. He was given an IV at the hospital. He returned to the jail, and the psychosis continued. I saw Holmes standing at the wall, hitting his head on the wall opposite the cell door. He then backed up to the drain in the cell and ran into the wall head first. He fell backwards, falling on the floor by the drain. He kept saying things like, "There's a shadow. Where's the shadow? You're a shadow. Where's Father?" After hitting his head, he was crying and ranting out, saying, "I see shadows, you're a shadow." They tried to give him an EKG, but he was shaking, and they were unable to complete the task. Many of the behaviors you see in these videos are expressions of another severe psychotic symptom called catatonia, where the person is rigid and unable to move. And you heard a description of that earlier. eventually, Mr. Holmes was deemed to not be able to be taken care of in the jail. They couldn't manage him anymore. This is where he runs into the wall. The psychologist from the jail wrote an affidavit and filed it in court to have him sent to a psychiatric hospital. And she noted all the behaviors that we've been talking about. The ranting, the talking to people that weren't there, licking the wall, eating paper, smearing feces on himself. Sounded like Mr. Brockler was suggesting that Mr. Holmes might have done this for notoriety. Look at the video, and you tell me if you would do this for notoriety. He was sent to Denver General Hospital, and he was taken in an intake there. And this is the affidavit written by the psychologist from the jail that talks about all the symptoms and asks that he be committed. Upon intake at Denver General, he's treated by a team of psychiatrists, and they determine that he is psychotic. He's hearing voices, up to 8 voices at a time, you'll see in the note. He's got paranoid delusions going on. He presents psychotic with catatonic features and engaging in bizarre behavior. Disorganized thought process, perseverating on food and drink, responding to internal stimuli, endorsed hallucinations, on and on and on. When he first arrives, he's unable to speak at all, just repeating things like point, counterpoint, point, counterpoint. They give him Haldol, a powerful antipsychotic medication, and he approves rather immediately to some degree. Dr. Caldwell, who's the head of emergency medicine at Denver General, will testify, and he'll tell you he was the first person to assess Mr. Holmes right after he'd been given the Haldol. And at that point, Mr. Holmes responded to him. And he asked him a question. Mr. Holmes would look at him and talk back, but not in English, in gibberish. They diagnose him with psychosis not otherwise specified because they don't know the history. They don't know where it came from. All they know is he's presenting as floridly psychotic right now. We were able to take this video 20th of November, which is the day he's discharged from the hospital. This is when he's been on medication for 4 days.
So he generally become these certain things.
Or like orders to do something. We went back and found the surveillance video from the night before that he's describing, and lo and behold, he is trying to hide under the sheets. And when they take the blanket from him, he hides under the sheet, and they take the sheet from him, and he gets the fitted sheet off the bed and tries to curl up under that in a fetal position. And when they take that from him, he tries to climb under the mattress. When he returned to the jail, he told the staff psychiatrist at the jail, Dr. Mosier, that when he was there, he thought he was Peter Pan in a green vest, and that he was in a shadow box, a game, and it was not a fun game. Since returning from the hospital in November 2012, Mr. Holmes has continued taking the antipsychotic medication that he was prescribed in the jail, and it's had a positive effect on him. Antipsychotic medication doesn't cure schizophrenia, though. It's important that you know this. It lessens the symptoms. It can lessen the hallucinations. It can lessen the confusion. It can lessen the power of the delusion sometimes, but it doesn't cure schizophrenia. Schizophrenia is a lifelong disease, a chronic, deteriorative, lifelong disease, and he still has it to this day and still has the same delusions to this day. But all of the psychiatric and psychological evaluations he's been under have been while he's been medicated, and all of the doctors will tell you that will have a significant effect on lessening the symptoms. You may notice as he sits here in court that he appears distracted or aloof or unconnected, and that's in part because of the medication that he's on. You should not assume that this is the way he looked or acted before he was medicated, because it's not. Interestingly enough, that trip to the hospital interrupted a visit from a new psychiatrist that we had hired. At that point, we knew we were dealing with something serious, and we engaged in a search for a psychiatrist. And we decided, and you should too, that we wanted to hire somebody not who was paid to be a talking head. Think about this. If you had suffered from a serious injury, if you needed heart surgery, would you want someone who was experienced in heart surgery to give you that surgery? Someone who was trained and treated people in hospitals every day? Or would you want the doctor who appears on the nightly news and gives commentary to perform your heart surgery for you? Nowadays, there are a lot of talking heads out there with a lot of opinions, but we wanted someone who was a true expert. Dr. Raquel Gurr is one of the foremost experts in psychotic disease in the world. She doesn't normally work on criminal cases. She works at the University of Pennsylvania, where she runs the psychiatric program there, where she teaches and treats patients and does research with million-dollar grants into schizophrenia and studies the brain and how these things are developed. She's probably talked to more psychotic people than any other doctor that I'm aware of. Thank you. We chose her and we asked her to work on the case. You'll hear she doesn't work on a lot of cases. She's worked on very few. She worked on Ted Kaczynski, the Unabomber. She worked on Jared Loughner, the mass shooting down in Tucson. She has worked on a few others. When Sandy Hook took place, she was summoned to the White House by the president and the vice president for a task force because of her expertise in schizophrenia and mass violence. want to quickly go back in time with you and talk a little bit about how this developed and how it formed. As I told you before, schizophrenia is inherited. So it's important that you look at family history to see if there's a history of mental illness. And in Mr. Holmes' case, he was both blessed and cursed by his genetics because he's a very smart person, but he was also loaded for mental illness. I just want to talk about a couple people. This is Robert Holmes Sr. He is Mr. Holmes' paternal grandfather, his father's father. He was a very successful man, a career Army officer, a military planner, I think, strategist. And he first experienced his mental illness when he was a cadet at West Point. And later on in life, it went on to the point where it clearly and massively disabilitated him. The patient has been totally disabled through his treatment by this psychiatric disorder. On the other side of his family, this is his maternal grandfather, Burton Egan. Mr. Egan also suffered from psychotic illness. You can see here he was hospitalized and diagnosed with psychosis. By family reports, this was an occasion when he was working as a parking lot attendant and he started not making sense and handing out money to people rather than collecting it from them. He was diagnosed with atypical psychosis. He was hospitalized a second time. And during this, family members related that he was wandering around the yard of the family home in Carmel, California, naked, not making sense. This is Mr. Holmes' paternal aunt, the fraternal twin of his father. Ms. Holmes didn't cooperate with us because of the paranoid nature of her delusional disease. But you can see from that letter from her psychiatrist that she has been diagnosed with schizoaffective disorder, a variation of schizophrenia, the same disease that Dr. Woodcock has diagnosed Mr. Holmes with. She's been disabled for most of her life. She takes psychiatric medication, and even with all those supports, even with the medication and the psychiatrist, and having had this disease for 30 or more years, she still periodically gets bad enough that she has to be hospitalized. Quickly, schizophrenia develops with the negative symptoms first. Psychosis comes later. First come the negative symptoms: emotional withdrawal, apathetic, lack of interest in things. And this is what's reflected in Mr. Holmes' change in his personality as a child. When he was in elementary school, he was a completely social, normal child. Interacted with other kids, played sports, was completely normal and interactive. When he moved into middle school and high school, things changed dramatically. He withdrew from everything. He started to feel like he was different. He started to think about suicide and attempted suicide at the age of 11. Something Dr. Gurr will tell you doesn't happen unless there's something seriously wrong. And then it got worse. When he was a sophomore in high school, he began to have intrusive, unwanted thoughts in his brain telling him to kill people. And those thoughts continue to this day. Nobody noticed the mental illness at this early age. Why? Because he was getting straight A's. And he was causing no problem. And he was a good kid. Continued on into undergraduate school, where he started to experience hallucinations, and the intrusive thoughts continued. And eventually, when he was accepted at the University of Colorado, his father asked to drive him for a road trip to go. And Mr. Holmes said no. And he got into his car and he headed off himself to try to fight against his biology by learning about his mind. Ms. Spangler.
King just spoke with you about the importance in evaluating mental illness, and specifically James Holmes' schizophrenia, in looking at both what was happening to Mr. Holmes both prior to and following the tragic events of July 20th of 2012. Mr. King brought you back in time to James Holmes' normal middle-class upbringing in Southern California, a time when you heard that Mr. Holmes, in the way that he interacted with the world as a teen, as a child, as a young adult, is fully consistent with the beginning stages of schizophrenia. Mr. King brought you forward in time to the days and the weeks and the months following the shooting, specifically to November of 2012, when James's mind once again rapidly deteriorated and he was hospitalized emergently at Denver Health, doctors recognizing psychosis and placing him on an antipsychotic medication that he remains on to this day. And you can look at these periods of time like bookends to the mental illness, bookends that are critical in the analysis and evaluating mental illness. It's the history, it's the timeline that is so critical. If you drop into someone who suffers from schizophrenia's life for 6 months, for 8 months, and you try and make judgments about that person, it can be inaccurate because you don't have that full life history. And what I would like to do is I would like to spend some time talking to you about the time before Mr. Holmes was accepted into the University of Colorado. Then I'd like to talk to you about the time that he spent at the University of Colorado. And then I would like to spend time in depth talking to you about the months and the weeks leading up to the events of July 20th. That was a time when James Holmes was psychiatrically much sicker, when he was increasingly losing the ability to control and to defend against his most aggressive symptom of his schizophrenia, which was his delusional thinking. James Holmes clearly experienced symptoms and signs of mental illness as a child, and you will hear that schizophrenia does not hit all at once. Schizophrenia and the symptoms, they quietly enter one's life. They can slip in. And for James Holmes, it was no different. You heard that he had homicidal thinking as a child. He had thoughts about these sort of nuclear winters, these vague thoughts that were a coping mechanism to stress and to suicidal thoughts. And you'll hear from an expert, and they'll tell you that experiencing that as a child is highly unusual and can be an indicator of a major mental illness. You also may have heard, but will hear, that Mr. Holmes, even as a child, felt that there was something wrong with his mind, something wrong with his brain, and he wanted to find a fix for it, which is why he wanted to study the brain, or neuroscience. You'll hear over the years that Mr. Holmes was quiet, awkward, shy, and those types of outward appearances are completely consistent, fully consistent with the negative symptoms of schizophrenia. The negative symptoms are the symptoms that appear while that disease of schizophrenia is revving up, like sniffles or sneezes before a full-blown cold. And they don't debilitate someone. So you do hear and did hear about Mr. Holmes, successfully completing high school. He spent time playing soccer. He got into college. He successfully graduated from college. And the experts will talk to you about a few concepts related to schizophrenia that are important to talk about up front. First of all, there's no single presentation of schizophrenia. If somebody knows somebody with schizophrenia and says, oh, I know what schizophrenia looks like, they don't, because we're all so uniquely different. And the disease will affect each individual who it strikes differently, just the same as any other disease. The symptoms that the person experiences, the intensity of the symptoms, the way that the symptoms may interact with each other, all of that can be different for different people, which is why there are periods of good times and bad times, good days and bad days, even good hours and bad hours. You'll also hear from the experts, they'll talk about how James's intellect interacted or fit in with his mental illness. Because certainly James Holmes was genetically gifted with a high IQ and genetically cursed with a family history of pervasive and serious mental illness. And those two things don't cancel each other out. They coexist. And you'll hear one expert describe James's intellect and the way that it interacted with his schizophrenia by using a metaphor of a large gas tank. It's like a large intellectual reserve. And it takes a longer period of time to get to empty. And James will get to empty. And it can take a longer period of time for people to notice those signs and symptoms of mental illness. But as Mr. Holmes enters into his 20s, a time of psychiatric significance for the disease of schizophrenia, and certainly a time of psychiatric significance for Mr. Holmes, you do start to see the more pronounced effects of his disease that's now revving up and going into high gear. Others begin to notice the negative symptoms of schizophrenia, and you heard the prosecution refer earlier to some of those graduate programs that didn't accept Mr. Holmes. And Mr. Holmes was experiencing decline in function. He did not get into a number of graduate schools when he was a senior in college and applied. Now, for someone not that interested in science or doesn't test very well, that wouldn't be a decline in function. But for Mr. Holmes, with the academic trajectory that he had, and the ease with which he had in taking written examinations, regurgitating that information, one would expect him to get into those graduate schools, and he did not. So for Mr. Holmes, that was a decline in function, which is a red flag or an indicator of schizophrenia. The other thing is at age 22, he's living with his parents in the same town that he essentially grew up in, and was working at night in a pill coating factory. Now, for some, that's not a decline in function at all. For Mr. Holmes, with his academic trajectory and where we think he might be at the age of 22, also is in decline in function and also an indicator of schizophrenia. But there's fluidity within the disease. There's fluidity within the negative symptoms, those shyness, introversion, social awkwardness, the things that Mr. King spoke about earlier. There's also fluidity and movement within the psychotic process that we'll talk about in just a bit. But Mr. Holmes did experience an uptick, and he was accepted into the University of Colorado graduate school when he was 23 years old, and he left his job, painting pills, his night job, and he came to Colorado in the spring of 2011. Mr. Holmes came to Colorado as a 23-year-old man, and he was looking forward to graduate school. You heard that he recognized as a child there was something wrong with his mind and he wanted to find a fix for it. And this was one step in that direction, the neuroscience program or the study of the brain. His goals when he arrived were simple: a life with science, a life eventually perhaps with family, and to find a fix to quiet his mind. His arrival in Colorado marked a concerted effort against his struggle, against what we now know to be schizophrenia. And an expert will describe both when he arrived as well as the first few months that he's at the university as a time where he is more psychiatrically intact, somewhat healthy, where he's able to find the internal strength and organization to remain present, somewhat present in reality most of the time, and able to function in daily life. And tragically, his ability to remain in reality changes dramatically over the course of his time at the University of Colorado. But during this time, during the first few months, he attends classes. You'll hear that he goes to attends school functions like the retreat to Keystone, Colorado in the fall of 2011. And you'll hear from his professors. You'll hear from the people who sat next to him in class. You'll hear from people who observed him in class giving presentations. And they'll describe him similarly to the observations you heard earlier, but more pronounced. He was very quiet. He would never initiate conversation in a social setting or a classroom setting. Extremely awkward, would say odd things at odd times. So much so that they thought it was just nerves related to an admissions interview, but it did not decrease even as he became more familiar with the school and more familiar with the people in it. Mr. Holmes during this time explains to a doctor that he tried harder than he has to overcome that social phobia that he'd experienced for so many years, that social anxiety he experienced for so many years. Again, that being consistent with those negative symptoms or the symptoms of schizophrenia that take place while the disease is revving up. During this period of time in the fall of 2011, he found several friends, fellow students in the graduate school, and found a girlfriend. His first romantic relationship at the age of 23. He communicated with his family, his parents, by email, sometimes on the phone. And you heard his parents' nicknames. This is an email in the fall of 2011. Hey Goober, thanks for the goodies. All is well here on the eastern front of the Rockies. Also at the end of September, the neuroscience students get to go to Keystone Resort in the mountains, which looks really fun, while the lodging and expenses are paid by the program. I hope you're doing fine and that your thumbs aren't too green from botany. Jimmy. Jimmy is his nickname within the family. Hey Bobo, this is an email to his father, and also in the fall of 2011. Yeah, the clouds came this way. Classes are okay. The exams are take-home, which is kind of weird. There's 6 neuro students and 3 other med grad students that are partly in the program, Jimmy. And that photograph is actually a photograph that was a mouse pad that was in his apartment on Paris Street. And his Paris Street apartment looked no different from any other graduate student, filled with books, clothes, a snowboard, bike fix-it kit, video games, and a college man's cookbook filled with recipes that at the age of 23 brought with him to Colorado. So how do these tools, these pencils, these pens, the eraser, the calculator, tools that are so familiar to Mr. Holmes and have been his entire life and were for the first year that he was at the University of Colorado, how and why do they turn to these tools? Guns, gear, tools meant nothing but for destruction. Brand new tools and foreign tools. And how and why does this 23-year-old graduate student with his entire life in front of him, who loves his family loves him, who is talented, how and why does he become the only suspect in the indiscriminate shooting deaths of men, women, and a child? And the reality is that in the upcoming months, in the spring of 2012, James Holmes experienced a mental break, a psychotic break. He was living in reality, but his mind was divorced from reality, and that break escalated through the months of the spring and into the summer of 2012. His thinking was diseased. His thoughts were telling him things that weren't true, and his thoughts were telling him that he was in a life struggle that had no basis in reality, didn't exist in reality, but to him, he believed it with every fiber of his being. When he stepped into that theater on July 20th, his thoughts and actions were consumed by his disease. His thoughts and actions were not driven by choice. They were driven by his delusion, his most aggressive symptom of his illness, and driven by disease. And when he stepped into the theater on July 20th, his mind was so diseased, it could not make that choice based on an ability to distinguish between right and wrong. So how do we get there? How do we go from 0 to 180? The experts will bring you squarely to the winter of 2011. In the winter of 2011, James returns from winter break and he's sicker. He's physically sicker in that he had just been diagnosed with mono and was treated in California, but those symptoms resolved within a month or two. He was psychiatrically sicker. His depression was worsening, it was deepening. His social phobia turned paralyzing. He could get the words out in class, but he was filled with anxiety all of the time. His symptoms of his psychotic illness are worsening. He turned 24 years old a few weeks before he left for winter break. And this is an inner struggle, and he is now at the peak age of onset for a psychotic break. And the experts will tell you that is what he experiences in the early months of 2012. That break from reality, that divorce from reality with his mind. He's still interacting on a daily basis with reality, but his mind is breaking off from reality. This is also a time where his obsessive thoughts are increasing. His homicidal thoughts are increasing. His coping mechanism as a child and these thoughts about nuclear winter that come along with stress and thoughts of suicide, he's experiencing those and they're increasing. And some may ask, well, why now? Why did he experience the psychotic break now? Some may question the experts on that. And some will tell you, with his genetic susceptibility and the years of negative symptoms, he hit the peak age of onset. This is going to happen. It's inevitable. And some may tell you, Dr. Metzner, for instance, the court-appointed doctor mentioned earlier this afternoon, that this psychotic break was triggered by psychological stressors. Stressors that included the eventual, in a few months, breakup with his girlfriend. That was a big loss. It was a cordial breakup. There was no dramatic thing that happened. But for him, that was a big loss. It's not a motive, but a psychological stressor that may have triggered the psychotic break. The difficulty that James was having at the University of Colorado. So he was now in graduate school with much smaller classes, and the classes required participation, and they required student presentations, and he'd come from University of California, much larger, big classes. He was good at test taking, good at writing things down, good at regurgitating information that way. But you could be lost in the anonymity of such a big school, and University of Colorado was much different. And with his social phobia, and with his disease progressing, and with his social phobia becoming paralyzing, that was a significant stressor, also a psychological stressor that could have precipitated the psychotic break, or could have certainly precipitated more severe symptoms that we'll see. And when I talk about a psychotic break, what I'm talking about is a time where you see that more pronounced symptoms of psychosis that you might think about and know more about perhaps than the negative symptoms, things like hallucinations. James would see shadows. That wasn't a very pronounced symptom at this time, but it gets much worse, as you saw, into November of 2012. But he does begin experiencing hallucinations and seeing shadows in the early months of 2012. Delusions, okay? Thinking that something is real that is not, that is fixed, that you believe in. And psychotic thinking that doesn't make sense. It's illogical. It doesn't really have a place in reality. Now, with all of this going on and his thinking becoming more delusional and more psychotic, and no one will ever be able to tell you with specificity when Mr. Holmes experienced his first psychotic thought, when he experienced his first delusional thought. That would be like trying to tell someone stricken with cancer when that first cell became unhealthy. But the experts will identify this period of time in these months as a time where he's experiencing delusional thinking. An expert will tell you that his thoughts at around this time begin hardening into delusions and delusional systems, and his delusions expand. And what his thoughts are about and what he is focusing on are thoughts of life and death and value and purpose. And all of that is volleying around in his mind as he's experiencing this break. And those thoughts are bouncing off of each other. And he begins to believe in this human capital delusional idea that by killing others, he can gain value and acquire worth. He believes that by killing others, that fundamentally will change his life, And the experts will agree that that is delusional thinking, that he truly believes that there's no other explanation for it, that that is delusional thinking, and they've come at that at many angles. But James Holmes, in the midst of this, does what any of us would do. What he's experiencing now is unfamiliar. What he's experiencing is powerful. He seeks mental health help. And this wasn't about Mr. Holmes. On February 26, 2012, he searches on his computer, nervous breakdown, and he asks to have a mental health appointment with the University of Colorado Mental Health Services. And this wasn't about someone looking for some help for just some social phobia or a setback socially or break up with his girlfriend. He's managed social phobia and anxiety for almost a decade. He's certainly experienced social setbacks here and there. What he's experiencing at this time is new, and it's unfamiliar, and it's powerful, and he's losing control. The coping mechanisms that he would use to quiet his symptoms, to quiet those thoughts, the video games, the music, the focus on schoolwork. His schoolwork wasn't making him sick. His schoolwork he wasn't having delusional thinking about. And so those things he could use in order to escape or to quiet the symptoms of his mental illness, and those weren't working against these more aggressive symptoms he was experiencing as a result of this psychotic break. Over the course of the next 4 months, James Holmes is seen 8 times by mental health professionals with the University of Colorado. And I'm going to talk about these sessions individually, but I want to talk generally about the importance of his mental health treatment at the University of Colorado and tell you exactly why it's important. His first session is with Margaret Roth, and she's a social worker. She sits down with Mr. Holmes and recognizes there is something wrong. She recognizes signs of mental illness and refers him to a board-certified psychiatrist right away, who sees him within days. Dr. Fenton sees James over March, April, and May, and then she seeks her supervisor's help and brings in Dr. Feinstein at the end of May. And the importance of his treatment at the University of Colorado is really twofold. First, we have documented medical record of his mental state, very close in time to the shooting in July. It's not as though he saw a single doctor in March or years before and were trying to figure out what was going on in his mind at the time of the shooting on July 20th. We have documented medical records. Medical records, unlike memories, can't change, they can't be misremembered, and they can't fade away. So documented observations of people who know what they're doing, people who are experienced. And what that can do for you is that can give you this concrete timeline of his deteriorating mental health and deteriorating mental state that you can then connect to his upcoming behaviors and actions. We don't have to make a guesswork about his mental state. We have mental health treatment up until a month before the shooting. Mr. Holmes sees social worker Margaret Roth on March 16th. That's his first meeting with a mental health professional. And in this first session, he tells her that he wants to kill people. He reveals homicidal thinking. He's experienced it for a long time, and this is the first time that he's revealing it to anybody. And this is also the first time that he's seeking voluntarily help. Also, Margaret Roth recognizes immediately, within 40 minutes of sitting down with Mr. Holmes, she doesn't know him. He's a stranger to her. She doesn't know the genetic susceptibility or the life history or the change over time in his negative symptoms or the way he appears to others. And she recognizes he is the most anxious guy she has seen, has symptoms of OCD, and immediately refers him on to a board-certified psychiatrist, Dr. Lynn Fenton. You can walk around and you can observe people with serious mental illnesses interact with the world, but it's not until they sit down in front of you with someone who knows what they're doing and asking the right questions and talking about the things that they're sick about, not the things that they're not sick about, where that curtain to mental illness opens. And that's exactly what happens. She spends 40 minutes with him. Dr. Fenton sees him within a few days, on March 21st. And they talk about his life history, and he reveals that in bizarre thinking, that in 5th grade he got glasses and wanted to overcome biology. But the significance of this session as well is that to Dr. Fenton, he explains that he is having homicidal thinking, thoughts of wanting to kill. He explains to her that the solution to the biological problem would be to eliminate the problem through homicide, but can't kill everyone, so not an effective solution. He is seeking mental health help. He's having these experiences. He's talking about these experiences and trying to get help for them. He reveals that he's having these thoughts 3 to 4 times a day, and that his obsessive compulsive disorder symptoms are the worst they have been. This is all layering in on what I just spoke about when you returned from the winter break of in early 2012. And he explores his homicidal ideations with Dr. Fenton. And Dr. Fenton, after meeting with James Holmes for probably about an hour, a stranger to her, without knowledge of the family history, without knowledge of the life history, without knowledge of the decline in function in the early 20s, recognizes, suspects psychotic level thinking. She's right. But the first meeting, she suspects psychotic level thinking. And this is just 4 months before July 20th. Within a few days, Mr. Holmes expresses his delusional beliefs, his delusional idea about human capital, and you saw this earlier. This is a G-chat with his girlfriend from graduate school. And she asks, what is so evil that you want to do? And he expresses, kill people, of course. That is why I live in the future. He's expressing this. He describes human capital. Some people may make $1 million, others $100,000, but life is priceless. You take away life and your human capital is limitless. And at the same time that he's having this delusional thought about value in life and purpose, he's also beginning to experience delusional thinking or illogical thinking about death and life. He believes that there is now no demarcation whatsoever between life and death, that there's no separation, that pre-birth, post-death, it is all the same. And the doctors will talk to you about this G-chat. Dr. Metzner, the court doctor mentioned earlier, he was stunned when he saw this G-chat, stunned by its content, stunned, and he believes this is evidence of delusional thinking. All the experts agree. This is delusional thinking. He's expressing it. Now, what's also significant about James Holmes' expression of this idea of human capital that he believes is real, and his thoughts, his disease thinking is telling him that he is in a life struggle that has no basis in reality, but that this is a way out of that life struggle. But his expression of the idea, as he's getting psychiatrically worse and psychiatrically sicker, he believes that if you express something, if it exists outside of your body, you are compelled to act on it. And as he gets psychiatrically sicker, his defenses lessen, and he becomes more vulnerable, and believes that since this is outside of his body and it's delusional thinking, that he needs to act on it. And that's a compelling thing as he becomes more vulnerable, as he becomes more sicker. Now, I told you that when Dr. Fenton saw Mr. Holmes, just within a first session, she recognized the signs and symptoms of mental illness, pointing towards psychotic thinking. She also, in that first session, prescribed an anti-anxiety medication, an SSRI, by the name of Zoloft. And Mr. Holmes began taking the medication on March 21st, and within 4 weeks, Dr. Fenton increases the dose 2 times. So by April 17th, the dosage is tripled. And James takes the medication as prescribed. He is beginning to have sort of psychotic and delusional thinking about his treatment, about his mental health. He believes that the medication will somehow fix his brain. And this is following an experience with a lab rotation that was mentioned earlier. This lab rotation where he didn't do very well. His stress about that lab rotation not going very well was a psychotic stress. That lab rotation occurred during this critical time frame from November to February, November of 2011 to February of 2012. And I'm sorry to digress from the medication, but this is important. And he did perform worse in that lab rotation than he had in his first lab rotation. That's decline in function seen with schizophrenia. But the issue with that lab rotation was that he had placed a psychotic level of importance on it, thinking that that lab rotation was going to fix his mind in a way that he thought studying the brain would fix his mind. A lab rotation is not going to fix somebody's mind. That was a delusional thought. It was a thought that didn't have any place in reality. But that was a psychotic, it was not a lab that was studying mental health or mental illness. And so when that went poorly, and you'll hear the experts describe that as a decline in function, then he places the same sort of psychotic level of importance on medication. But this anti-anxiety medication, this SSRI, is increased, and he takes it as prescribed. And this is the type of medication where you have to pay attention when you start it and when the dosage is increased and when you end it for changes in thoughts or behaviors and actions. And it can cause mania. It doesn't cause schizophrenia. It doesn't cause mental illness. But it can, for some mentally ill people, cause mania. And within just a few days of beginning the medication, and on the day that it's doubled, you see this dramatic increase in spending. Mr. Holmes drops $4,000 into a retirement account. You see, within a few days of the dosage tripling, he makes another big expenditure and buys a computer. This is someone who typically spends about $1,200 to $1,600 a month. Frugal. If you look at his credit card transactions from May of 2011 and then a similar record for May of 2012, his spending has quadrupled. And for July of 2012, it's astronomical. It's approximately $7,700. It's also at this time, he describes in his notebook feeling brief periods of invincibility. Actions are in hyperspeed, developed in the last 3 months and occurs typically 3 or 4 days a week, lasting all day with periods of catatonia. And so where else are we seeing some sort of hyperactivity or evidence of mania? Well, social anxiety reduces in May for the first time in decades. And you saw that exchange that he had with a classmate in April of 2012. That was unusual for him. He was flirting. The content of the texts were unusual in that just the ease with which he communicated with her. For the first time, on April 20th, he signs up for Match.com for someone who is so plagued with social phobia and has been his whole life. And everyone agrees that he was, and was very socially awkward and had a difficult time communicating with others. That's unusual. And then you'll see within a few months, it escalates to XXXmatch.com and adult friend finders. Complete aberration. You don't see anything like that. And then even his login history for the computer records or the match activity in July is consistent with what he's describing in his notebook. You'll see he's logging in not that many times, but when he does log in, it's in the middle of the night, in the middle of the day, in the middle of the night, in the middle of the day. So it shows the computer records show these periods of time where he must be up all the time, and then periods of time where his activity is greatly reduced, which is consistent with how he reflects this invincibility in the notebook. But he continues with treatment in the spring of 2012. And the treatment is important in that we've got this documentation from Dr. Fenton. He is guarded and paranoid. He has increased obsessive thoughts. He's now angry that the doctor won't tell James about her purpose in life when she has told him when he's told her all of his. So you see purpose, that theme, that delusional theme that we saw in the G-chat, flooding into the meetings with Dr. Fenton. And now, it's not a question mark anymore. What she is seeing is psychotic level thinking. These are medical observations by a board-certified psychiatrist months before the shooting. So they're not made up after the fact. And she is wondering whether or not he's suffering from a frank psychotic disorder. She has now met with him 4 times, 2 medication sessions and 2 longer therapy sessions. She's right. She is seeing a frank psychotic disorder. She doesn't know the genetic susceptibility or the negative symptoms. May 1st, looks silent and sullen. Reveals that his biology betrayed him on a hike. Is not giving coherent answers when asked about homicidal ideation. And he tells Dr. Fenton, you have an unconscious and that makes you do things. He's beginning to express having both an impaired ability to mentalize the states of mind of others, or to take in what we may normally take in if you see someone look quizzical. You might think, oh, they might have a question. He doesn't have, he's losing the ability to do that, or doesn't have the ability to do that. And he's also taking in a significant meaning to innocuous life events. For instance, and this is a general explanation, if you see a red car on your way to work, you feel like you have to do something when you get to work. He's beginning to experience this, and the important part of April and May is he is not getting better. He's being treated and he's being medicated, and he's not getting better, and he's not stabilizing. Psychiatrically, he's getting worse. And what do we have happen at the same time? Mr. Holmes is not in Dr. Fenton's office and not in class. What do we have going on at the exact same time that we have documented psychotic level thinking? That we have this tripling in the dosage of the medication. We have changes in mood. And we have documentation that his psychiatric condition is going downhill. What happens at that time is we have these dramatic changes in his interests and behaviors and activities. Around May 10th, on the heels of Dr. Fenton recognizing psychotic level thinking and wondering whether we're talking about a frank psychotic disorder, we have purchases that were described earlier. But he's going from purchasing occasionally sushi and textbooks and having gym memberships to purchasing tear gas and guns and ammunition and handcuffs and knives. He's going from his Huffy bike in a 2001 Hyundai to taking motorcycle classes. And this is all happening now at the exact same time. All of this other information is documented about him, and as his mental state is declining and deteriorating. And the significance of the deterioration is he's becoming less and less capable of defending against these more aggressive symptoms of his schizophrenia. And it's now controlling his behaviors and controlling his thoughts. And the delusional thinking, this belief that he is in this life struggle, and the way to get out of that life struggle is to kill others, because that will bring you value, that will bring you worth. That is dominating his mind. You'll hear that over the course of May, he does make those purchases I just described. And he will still go to a therapy session on May 30th, and he participates in a therapy session on June 11th. And during this time, he submits paperwork to the school. That's required for the next semester. During this time, he receives an email from Dr. Klug about Dr. Klug wondering whether or not asking for James to meet with him about the upcoming lab rotation. Within a few hours, he finds another lab advisor, And you may ask yourselves and wonder why, if he has a plan firmly in place, why is he doing that? Why is he talking to Dr. Fenton about his homicidal thoughts, but not talking in more detail? We're not talking about the human capital delusion. And what you'll hear the experts talk about is psychotic ambivalence. Psychotic ambivalence is where, for James, he wants to be stopped at this point, but he cannot be stopped. He cannot be stopped because that plan, that goal, that belief that his life struggle will end with killing others and accumulating their value, it's a lifeline to him. He needs that as much as people need air, and so he wants to be stopped, but he can't be stopped. And that's psychotic ambivalence, and you'll hear about that during the course of May. Dr. Fenton brings in her supervisor. James Holmes is not getting better. He's not stabilizing on medication. And Dr. Fenton brings in another psychiatrist. And they meet and they do a talk therapy session. And James reveals he's not studying for prelims. He's going to take his preliminary examinations based on his natural state. That is highly unusual. He has dedicated himself to study. This is aberrant behavior. This is unusual behavior. This is new behavior that's taking place as he's psychiatrically deteriorating and in the midst of this psychotic process. Dr. Fenton does not reveals that she does not think that James has a sense of what others think about him. Mr. Holmes agrees to come and talk more with both Dr. Fenton and Dr. Feinstein. This is May 30th of 2012, so we're now close to the month before the shootings. Dr. Feinstein tells James that he couldn't really prevent suicide or homicide in the long run if a person is intent on it. And that statement has a psychotic devastation to James, and the focus and the importance that he's placed on mental health and medication in particular, fixing his mind and just getting rid of all of his thoughts of homicide and getting rid of all of his thoughts, all of his thoughts about everything that he's delusional about at this time. And we can see that there is a significant decline in his mental state. We can see that through the mental status examinations. One is done by at the first session in March, and another mental status examination is done in June of 2012. And we see a significant psychiatric decline, and it's just right there in the record. In March, affect appropriate. In June, affect anxiety, hostility, inappropriate, odd, and bizarre. In March, thought process, logical and goal-directed. Thought content without delusions, perceptual without hallucinations. In June, thought process, intermittently odd and hard to follow. Thought content, paranoid delusions and preoccupations. Perceptual, denies hallucinations but does glance about the room in an odd way. He's experiencing these shadow hallucinations. In March, axis 4. So where do we see any decline in function or difficulty functioning? It's blank. In June, everything is filled out. Axis 4, impairment, financial, environment, housing, occupational, relationship, failing grades. His psychiatric picture, his mental illness, is taking a nosedive. And because June 11th happens to be the last date that there is a medical record before the shooting, doesn't mean that his mental state plateaus or gets any better. It continues to go down, and we see that. And that's why Mr. King focused on what happened after the shooting in the jail. 10 minutes. Thank you. And in June, the last statements of Dr. Fenton seems more paranoid. His ability to mentalize about other states of mind is very impaired, and he may be on the autism spectrum. may be shifting insidiously into a frank psychotic disorder such as schizophrenia. And this is his last meeting with Dr. Fenton, because after this therapy session, he does meet with his advisor. He has not passed the preliminary hearings involuntarily withdraws.
You stopped seeing them at some point. I'm trying to think of the order of the appointments. You kept every appointment that was made, as I recall. Yeah, okay. But the last appointment, communicated in some way that this was going to be this was the last one. Okay. And as I recall, you left a little early. This is it. Is it accurate? Yeah, it's accurate. Why did you make that your last appointment? I don't know why. If there was a wish to fix you, or to, on the one hand, fix things, fix your mind, on the other hand, prevent the mission from taking place, prevent the track that things were on, to stop it. That kind of overruled the treatment. It overruled the treatment. Yeah. Pretty strong force. Yeah. Where does such a strong force come from? I don't know. It just took hold of my mind. Took hold of my mind. Took hold of your mind. There's some pretty strong forces that take hold of people's minds sometimes. The impulse to drink for alcoholics, to shoot up for heroin addicts, to do other things. Any thoughts about why this took such irrevocable hold of your mind, such unbeatable hold of your mind? I don't know why it dominated. It did.
That's James Holmes speaking with Dr. Reed approximately 2 years following July 20th. And understand that he's very medicated, but he's describing the mission, the belief, his delusional thinking, his belief that by killing others he will acquire worth, and this will eliminate the life struggles, took over and dominated his mind in June and July. Just took control. It was such a powerful force. And now we have a period of isolation because he withdraws from school. He no longer is with classmates, teachers, no longer he's cut himself off from girlfriend, from friends, from his family for the most part, with the exception of emails. And now he's just within his head with those thoughts. These are the observations. This is what's going on with Mr. Holmes in the months leading up to July 20th. In Paris Street apartment, the end of June and into July turns to this. As he psychiatrically deteriorates, he believes that he is in this life struggle. It is a battle for him. He writes about that in his notebook. This is not a streamlined thought process regarding homicidal sort of action, the way the district attorney described earlier. This is a mess of disorganized thinking when he's thinking about homicidal act and acting this out to alleviate this life struggle. He is looking at armor and umbrellas that are lethal and swords. This is disorganized. This is a mess. This is his mind, and this is his diseased thinking. Books about bombs, death by toxins. Ultraception, it's referred to in the jail records, it's referred to in the notebook. Ultraception it's not in reality. It's a symbol. And the planning that you see is not inconsistent with insanity when it's all directed towards a delusional goal. When it's in furtherance of a delusional goal, and all of his actions at the end of June into July, he is focused on the theater shooting at that time, but it is all planning directly related to that delusional goal that all the experts agree is a psychotic symptom, it's a psychotic thought. I want you to ask yourselves that, if James Holmes concealed in any way his purchases through using a false name or through using cash or having a dummy address or storing these things, things he accumulated in a storage shed, district attorney would argue that those were things that those were things that showed he knew what he was doing was wrong. He did none of those things. He used his name, identifying information, paid with a credit card that gave a paper trail back to him. And in July, the floodgates are open. He exchanges that text with a friend who reaches out to him from school, his former classmate. He tells his former classmates, floodgates open now, and that's how he was in July. His mind was completely dominated with this delusion. It was dominated to complete a goal that had absolutely nothing logical to gain, and he was dominated and had marching orders to complete a final act that accomplished no goal in reality. And this constellation of thoughts and this delusional thinking propelled him over the next few weeks. And the best evidence of his mental state over the next few weeks of what was going on in his mind is his notebooks, now that he's cut himself off from everyone, or the notebook that he sent to a psychiatrist. To understand this case, you need to understand mental illness and being inside of psychotic thinking and inside of delusional thinking that's impenetrable to reason and logic. James Holmes did not choose this mental illness any more than a child chooses to be born with brain damage or an elderly person chooses to be stricken with dementia. When James Holmes stepped into that theater, his thoughts and actions were consumed by his disease. This was his reality. This was his life struggle, and this was going to alleviate that life struggle. And when he stepped into that theater, his thoughts and actions were no longer driven by choice in his vulnerable and sick psychotic state. And when he stepped into that theater, his thoughts and actions were driven by delusion, and his mind was so diseased that he did not make that choice based on an ability to distinguish between right and wrong. And that why may not feel satisfying, may not feel rational, and you have to be prepared for that. The why is coming from James Holmes' mind. He is sick. And irrational thoughts and beliefs are the product of a mentally ill mind. So even though there is a why, you have to be prepared for that why not to make logical sense to you. At the end of this case, we are going to ask that you return a verdict of not guilty by reason of insanity.
Thank you, Ms. Spengler and Mr. King. Folks, I know it's late. I want to take just 5 minutes to remind you that there are rules you must follow. These are the same rules that jurors have always had to follow. During the trial, this courtroom is a place partially isolated from the outside world. Your decisions must be made inside this place, and you must follow its rules. You must make all decisions in this case based only on the evidence presented in the courtroom and the law as I instruct you. You must avoid any other information about the case from any other source. These rules are designed to make sure that there is a fair trial. There are 2 basic rules, as you know. Number 1, you must not communicate with others or among yourselves about the trial as it is going on. Number 2, you must not do any independent investigation or research about the case. I'm going to discuss these 2 rules in further detail. You must not discuss the case among yourselves in any way during the course of the trial. You may not discuss the case among yourselves until after you've heard all the evidence and you begin to deliberate on a verdict. In fairness, you have to keep an open mind throughout the trial, and you may not form any opinions about the case or reach any decisions until I tell you that you may start deliberating on a verdict. Do not permit anyone else to discuss the case with you or near you. If anyone, including one of your fellow jurors, attempts to do so, report that fact immediately to one of my staff members. And all you should do, if that happens, is just indicate to one of my staff members that you need to talk to me. Don't go into any specifics. Do not talk with any witnesses, parties, or any of the attorneys who are involved in the case. You cannot talk to them and they cannot talk to you even casually. Do not communicate about the case with anyone else in any way, including in person, by telephone, cell phone, smartphone, iPhone, BlackBerry, computer, the internet, or any internet service. This means that you must not email, text, instant message, tweet, blog, or post information about this case or about your experience as a juror on this case on any website, listserv, chat room, blog, or websites such as Facebook, MySpace, LinkedIn, YouTube, or Twitter. You must not read, review, or accept any communications in any form from anyone regarding this case or cases like this one. Therefore, you may not mention that this is a criminal case or the charges that have been filed in this case. You are permitted, however, to explain to family, friends, and employers that you are on a jury, and then you can inform them that we anticipate that this jury trial is going to last 4 or 5 months. You cannot say anything else about any aspect of your experience until you are released from your jury service. You cannot be investigators outside your courtroom. Attempting to get further information outside the courtroom would be unfair to the parties and would be a direct and serious violation of your oath. Do not attempt to gather any information on your own. Do not read or research about this case or this kind of case from any other source, including the internet. Many of us routinely use the internet to research topics of interest, but you may not do that with respect to this case. You may not use Google, Bing, Yahoo, or any other type of internet search engine to learn about any person, place, or thing that is involved in this case. That includes the defendant, the attorneys, the witnesses, your fellow jurors, and the court personnel. This advisement applies whether you're here at home or anywhere else. Please do not read about this case in the newspapers or on the internet or listen to any radio or television broadcasts about the trial. The law even prohibits you from consulting a dictionary with respect to this case or in relation to this case. Do not attempt to visit any places mentioned in this case. Finally, do not in any other way try to learn about this case or this kind of case outside the courtroom. I said finally, let me just add again, you cannot form any opinions about the case. You cannot start deliberating internally in your own minds until I tell you that you can start deliberating on a verdict. You have to keep an open mind throughout the proceedings, and you have to keep in mind that Mr. Holmes is presumed innocent, and that presumption stays with him throughout the trial and has to be given effect by the jury throughout the trial. All right, with all those admonishments, I am going to release you at this time and ask you to be back tomorrow morning at 8:15, okay? Thank you very much, folks. Everyone, the record should reflect that the jury has exited the courtroom now. Is there anything that we need to take up at this time from the prosecution, Mr. Brockler? Is there anything on behalf of the defense, Mr. King?
No, Your Honor.
All right, have a good evening. I'll see you tomorrow morning. Let's plan to be here at about 8:30 with the plan that will start at 8:40. Thank you. The court will be in recess.